equipping soldiers with tools they need to protect the country and defend democracy. The Army has 8 Stryker Brigade combat teams, 6 in the active component and 2 in the National Guard. More than 2/3 of the 7,000 servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives fighting the global war on terrorism were part of one of the Army's 3 branches: active duty forces, the Army Reserve, and the Army National Guard. The Army is continuously transforming to deter aggression to ensure our adversaries cannot outrange or outpace us. This transformation is not just about adapting, it's about maintaining dominance, ensuring that America's Army remains unmatched.
How's it going today, Gixxer? It goes. I feel that.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Palantir.
You say hi? You say hi, Gixxer? Huh? You say hi? You say hi to the people? A1 Abrams is a much more impressive tank. You hear good things about the Abrams. I can't really claim to know anything. They all have mustaches. No! I wish the military would just start allowing full beards. So much more masculine than a fucking mustache.
Yeah. Are you excited? She's so happy right now. I don't know what she's happy for.
Me either.
She's doing that thing she does where she happy brows. Makes you smile. Like,
Tell Kate you're offering free mustache rides today. I'm always offering free mustache rides. But it's really more of a biker beard ride because, you know, I don't wear just a mustache. And I never will.
Because that would be weird.
It would be. It very much would be.
I'm gonna like who are you? Like, you've been kidnapped.
You were always no, you're not playing with Daddy's keyboard.
Fight and win our nation's
So what do you think of this anniversary parade, Kate?
land dominates by army forces across the full spectrum
You don't know?
of the conflict.
I didn't even know what was happening
You didn't even know what was happening. You're killing me, Smalls.
today.
You're killing me.
What, man? I'm trying my head and with Islamic going on shit and
Yeah.
trying to draft the rest of Gehenna.
I don't know. On the one hand, I'm all about it. Rah rah patriotism, rah rah. Roll of the D. I think sponsored by the UFC and Palantir is a bad look. I don't know enough about Palantir to make a decision on that one. I have absolutely no problem with being sponsored by the UFC.
Mechanisms ensure that the fleet of vehicles are ready, and these mechanics get the job done. This convoy starts with
Oh, I
the
forgot this is
M777,
the Army.
a lightweight howitzer.
It's Trump's fascist dictator celebration where we support toxic masculinity and the patriarchy. Right, right. We're celebrating literal fascism. Palantir. Isn't Palantir some kind of a surveillance company?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, they're like the ones that put all the spyware on all the things.
First used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm in 1991. It is also seeing active use in Ukraine.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Pulling it up on the brick. Hang on.
The 7th Infantry
American
Division
software
stationed in
company
Joint Base
specializes in
Lewisburg,
big data
has
analytics,
been
particularly for
seeing continuous
government
combat
and
action
commercial
ever since
clients,
activation
known for its
of
platforms.
One. From Europe to the Aleutian
Palantir,
Islands,
which
Japan,
helped
Korea,
organize.
Afghanistan, and the Pacific, the Bayonet Division
Palantir
boasts a proud
agencies
history
for
of
national
answering
security
the
has
call
drawn
of its
scrutiny.
motto, "Trust in me,"
Yep.
with
Yeah, they're
resolute
the
dedication.
they're the big surveillance one. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Definitely not a fan of Big Daddy government spying on us, so fuck Palantir. But that's more a matter of the government being fucked up than a company.
In June of 1950, at Incheon Landing,
Are you
during
having
the
fun?
liberation of Seoul, they were credited with plunging the bayonet into the heart of the enemy,
Yay!
with 13 members of the division receiving the Medal of Honor.
Fun.
The 7th enables and sustains the combat readiness of 2 Stryker Brigade combat teams and a combat aviation brigade.
Oh, Amnes. 250 years of America, Amnes. Yeah. What a time to be alive.
With the American soldier, the cornerstone of everything the Army does, we
Let's
are
see.
continuously transforming.
I would be...
Army careers span the spectrum from attorneys
Oh,
to
man.
astronauts
For
to
the big
mechanics to
300, I'm going to be
engineers.
80 years old.
Army's greatest asset is our people. The finest regiment our great nation
shit.
has to offer, with a myriad of talents.
No, I'm actually going to be a little over 80. I'll be
Aside from
82.
these people, the Army's next
Well, I
greatest
guess I
asset
can't die
is
at
its
70 like I'd
technology
planned.
and equipment. Coming up next, the howitzers and the affordable Abrams tank were used extensively in the Gulf War, along with Bradley tanks. And the
Yeah,
infantry
we're
squad
tuning
unit.
on early live for
ISB
the
provides
parade.
enhanced tactical mobility
I was
of
actually gonna
infantry
hop
brigade
on
combat
earlier,
This
but
allows
I got called into
commanders
work really
greater
quick.
freedom of movement and action. The ISB provides the warfighter with increased flexibility to ensure infantry units maintain momentum to achieve mission success.
Amnes, why are you trying to get that? And oh, what? You really want the hot pad? Okay, you can play with the hot pad. Right. Maybe that's the move. Maybe we need to start keeping a hot pad around. The hot pad. Ugh. Enter Sandman, Metallica. Do 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 do. So, if my software is to be believed, we have 71 people watching. So, if this is your first time seeing me, welcome 71 people who have not chatted. I hope you're all having a fantastic day. My name is Zach. I am the lead adventurer at Adventurous Publications, an up-and-coming publishing company. If you want to support me and anti-woke literature, or literature that just isn't woke, not so much anti-woke, you know, just good stories, really, then you can start by buying my book, The Garden of Area After the Parade. I'm a Christian and right-leaning. I don't like the label conservative because Christians have been betrayed by the right quite a bit in recent years. I don't like conservatives or Republicans very much anymore. But still better than voting Democrat. Am I right, Amnius? Huh? Am I right? Yeah.
When duty calls, U.S. Army soldiers don't just answer, they lead. From Fort Bragg, witness a powerful demonstration of strength, purpose, and the unmatched capability of today's
Oh my
Army.
God, Amnius. What are you doing? Ooh, we getting an Army advertisement? We're getting an Army advertisement, guys.
It has made me see my potential, and I feel like it's molded me into a better person.
I grew up in a very patriotic household. My grandfather, he served in World War II, and his brother, my uncle, served in Vietnam. I can do this. If they can do this, I can do this.
When I was born, my dad was still serving in the military, and him coming home
Yo, bro, what's your bench?
in his uniform.
Lightweight.
My motivation, I think it follows in line, I think, with what my family's done is kind of a sense of duty to serve our country and give back since it's given us so much.
I know, right?
I'm a very
My beautiful-
say timid person, but definitely
My mom
not me.
says I didn't know this. Apparently there are some redheads on my family, so I guess there's some on both sides of the family, which explains how my daughter ended up with it.
Working with a group of my peers, it really shows how much working with a team can strengthen you.
All right, ready to go? I derive a lot of purpose from serving others. I think serving something bigger than myself gets me out of bed every day. Growing up, you know,
I definitely pushed myself further than I ever thought I could go.
Back in mom's family somewhere.
I joined military service because I want to deploy.
So it's
That's
on
my
both
main
sides
goal,
of
is
your-
deploy.
Yep.
I don't know if I have any on my dad's
We
side,
get
but
the
apparently
call,
there's some on my
we have to
mom's.
go somewhere, we'll do what needs to be done. That's just the way we operate here.
But we could.
Did you shame or are you just releasing poison gas clouds again?
She's been letting out poison gas clouds.
this is one of the few jobs in the nation where we all take an oath to say, I'm willing to
Yeah.
put my life
Jeez,
on the
kid.
line for you,
I know.
and they're willing to put their life on the line for me.
You have definitely
Training for.
acquired your own
Just what we
hamster.
do. My team leaders and squad leaders, we know exactly what to do. Check equipment, check weapons, check ammo.
We're always ready to deploy within 18 hours and handle the mission at task.
I mean, I'm sure what you eat is definitely going to affect your milk for sure. As a matter of fact, Gixxer, I did hear about the assassination in Minnesota, and I'm waiting for more information to come out. I know that the narrative right now is that it was politically motivated, but the question, as we know from historical precedent, the right doesn't assassinate people. So I'm very curious to see what comes out about the killer in the coming days.
I love to instill that confidence with my passion into the team. paratroopers. It's a rush. It's great.
Big shock, big surprise.
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies.
I love the Army. It is a great place to set yourself up for success, to prepare yourself for the future.
God bless you, God bless our soldiers, and God bless the
What are you
US
doing,
Army.
Are you daddy's pretty little redhead? Are you daddy's cute little Irish lass?
Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson, Alaska.
It's
is the
barbarian
home to
blood
America's
that flows in
Arctic
your
and
veins, girly.
execute expeditionary operations worldwide. Conduct multi-domain
Celts and
operations in the
Vikings
Indo-Pacific
and
theater
Northmen.
and the Arctic. And on order, decisively defeat any adversary.
And with
in
current
extreme
government
cold
leadership,
weather,
why would a
mountainous and
conservative
high-latitude
feel the need
environments
to do it?
through
My thoughts
large-scale
are, it's all
combat
the
operations.
incite riot,
The
violence,
Angels
and
are the
murder that
Army's
forced Trump to
only
call a
Arctic
National
division.
Guard.
Masters of Arctic warfare, the 11th serves worldwide in all
Yeah.
climates. Established in November
It could
of
be.
1942, the
It could
Angels
be
of the
4D
11th
chess.
Airborne Division led
It
the
could
way
be.
in the Philippines during World War II and spearheaded
It
an
might,
amphibious invasion of
it might
Luzon
come
and
out that,
distinguished themselves during the liberation of Manila.
The person was a disgruntled employee and nothing more.
1963 to 65. The division operated as the 11th Air Assault Division with the mission of testing and refining the Army's helicopter-centric air mobility doctrine. Activated once again in June of 2022.
What's
they
wrong,
remain
sweetie?
dedicated to defending
What's wrong?
America's interests
Hey,
throughout
I
the Arctic,
proudly,
in Alaska,
well, at
and
least I'm
beyond.
pretty sure I have
The
Neanderthal
11th
DNA.
Airborne Division,
And I'm proud of that
America's
because you know what?
Arctic
They were the superior human. They were just as smart as Cro-Magnon and bigger and stronger.
Requiring ongoing maintenance in the field and on base because nothing happens until something moves. Wheeled vehicle mechanics supervise and perform maintenance, repair, and recovery operations on vehicles that serve the Army in a variety of mission-critical roles.
What's the
Included in
matter?
the array of
Why are you getting
artillery
upset?
Such as Paladins and the
What's the
Abrams
matter?
tank is the Joint Light Tactics
What is it,
Team,
sweetie?
known as the JLTV.
You just had a nap. You can't be
Providing
getting
protected
tired.
sustainability for personnel and payloads.
He didn't work
The
for her.
JLTV
He
is
worked
known
for a
its
security
offering
consulting
capability
firm
while
and was a
providing
professor.
armor
He
against
may have
small
been
arms
serving
and
his own
improvised
motives.
explosive devices. The JLTV, right there.
Yep, the Neanderthals were intelligent giants, scholar barbarians. The only reason they died out was because they got outcompeted for food. They needed way more food because of their size. Oh, and we fucked to death. We just got outbred. Ended up interbreeding so hard, drove ourselves to partial extinction. What are you doing, baby? That's an interesting thing to pontificate on, Liv. What would caveman poetry be like? Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing in this, huh? Where are you trying to go? What are you doing? You've got to be careful. You rock your face that way too hard, and you're gonna bonk your head on the edge of that desk like you did that one time. You should remember that didn't feel good. Damn this. What are you doing? No, you're not gonna grab Daddy's Bible and chew on it. We're not chewing on Daddy's Bible. We have cave paintings. I wonder what they would have written about too, had they written language. You know, another fun thing to ponder on is how many words they had in their language. They probably had some kind of simple spoken language. So, like, how many words did they have? What was the structure? Was it more German? It would probably be more Germanic in structure. That would only make sense. Germanic or in the Gaelic, because Gaelic isn't. I don't know. Kate, you're the linguist. Is Gaelic and Germanic kind of cousin-ish, or are they cousin-ish? Yeah. As far as language tree goes. And then where would the Nordic languages be on that? Another cousin to the first two, or unrelated?
Which were in similar time frames, but Germanic and Gaulish and Gaelic are considered to be the more similar to
You know, there's a very old written language. I'm gonna see if I can.
The U.S. Army Reserve is inseparably linked to America's long-standing citizen soldier tradition. Organizationally,
Yeah, it might have been Aughrim.
The medical reserve
Was it Aughrim?
established back in 1908 to provide a ready reserve of medical manpower. This organization was folded into the new officers of the Officers Reserve Corps in 1917. Reserve organizations furnished crucial manpower to the Army during World War I.
Ogham.
To 1920 into the
Ogham. What was the spoken language
during World War II
of Ogham? Because that's an old language. That would kind of. You could probably.
Came from the reserve during the conflict.
Eh.
During the Korean War, the Organized Reserve Corps was reorganized and designated the U.S. Army Reserve. The Army Reserve has since served as a vital source of manpower for the force during times of need, gradually transitioning from a strategic force to an operational force in response to the pressures of the war on terrorism. In the 170,000 Army Reserve soldiers and 11,000 civilians serving their home communities, and when needed, they can quickly mobilize. The Army can't deploy, they can't fight or win without the Army Reserve. They are an important component.
We're gonna put you in baby jail in the other room because you're making it impossible for Daddy to
Today, tomorrow's Army looks to increase safety and survivability, create efficiency, and streamline processes. The Stryker is a great example of assessing evolving needs and developing the solution. Strikers provide a balance between heavy armor and infantry brigade and combat teams.
Okay. Hey, Through Fire, what's good, bud? You're gonna be an uncle soon? Dope. Brother, sister? What flavor of relative is having the kid? Going to switch my software to... There we go. I really got to get a better mic adapter or mic splitter. I mean, a cousin's kid is close enough to, I think you could still say uncle with that relationship in the grand scheme of things. Even if it's not technically correct. Wonder how long this parade's going, anyhow.
When Americans hear the name Bastogne, they remember one of World War II's most heroic defenses, the Battle of the Bulge. Surrounded by German forces in the frozen forests of Belgium in December 1944, soldiers of the 101st Airborne held the line.
What bulge are you talking about, Liv? Unless you've been hiding some very spicy information from existence. Doesn't even make sense. So, Liv, I'm curious, what are your thoughts on this parade happening? Do you think we're gearing up for World War III? Or you think it's just Trump trying to stoke some patriotic sentiment?
The unit before you is a platoon from the multi-purpose company's 2nd Battalion, 327th Infantry Regiment.
What about you, Through Fire?
Allows the Army to rapidly test, evaluate, and equip our soldiers with the newest technologies.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw one going on too. I didn't get close enough to tell.
Rooted in the fierce resilience that defined its birth. They are carrying the next generation squad weapons, the XM7 and XM250, both equipped with the XM157 optic. The vehicles are the infantry squad vehicle, a new mobility asset that can rapidly move.
Doesn't necessarily mean anything. Hey everyone, patriotism.
100.
So my. Yeah, I'm not saying this is leading towards it. I'm saying this might be Trump slapping his dick on the table to the world and being like, hey, look, if you decide to fuck with us, this is what you're gonna deal with. Which, to be fair, there's worse things to do. Sun Tzu said, when you are strong, show weakness. If you want to deceive, and when you are strong, show strength. If you want peace. When you are weak, show strength, so that people don't fuck with you.
The Bradley fighting vehicle has proved itself to be lethal and survivable in multiple theaters since it first fielded back in the 1980s. Designed as a troop transport tank killer and to match speed of an Abrams tank, the Bradley is a fierce fighting machine. The Bradley.
You want to talk about showing weakness?
The M1A1 Abrams tank, nicknamed the Beast, and whispering death.
You want to talk about showing weakness? Talk about the rules of engagement that Obama impressed upon our military. Do you have any idea how many of our boys died over there because they weren't allowed to fight back? And that's not an exaggeration. They literally weren't allowed to fight back under most circumstances. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Through Fire. "100% Liv. Fuck Osama bin Barack. I mean Barack Obama. Fucking send pallets of cash to our enemies. You know who could have used those pallets of cash, motherfucker? Me? My country? Our veterans? The homeless people dying of exposure and overdose on the street? Literally anyone but our enemies? Cocksucker. We do not negotiate with terrorists, except when they get something that I don't want the world to know that they have. And so, I'll send them pallets of cash in the night. Giant ones. On cargo planes. I'm Barack Obama. Yep. So I heard that story. From Fat Electrician. Please send pallets of cash to Liv Miles books. I will make better use of it than Obama, 100%. I personally met an IDF soldier. So I was on vacation for a cruise down in Florida one time. And I met an Israeli retired. He was done with his... And he was scanning the desert, and he saw two Muslim dudes run a train on a goat. A train of two. It's like, yeah, this is not a lie. It's not a myth. Muslims fuck goats and donkeys and really anything. Except dogs. Because dogs are dirty and somehow goats aren't.
And high in the sky, the AH-64
Stupidest fucking
Apache.
religion,
It's the premier
which is
attack
actually a death
helicopter
cult.
in the world. The Apache entered service in the mid-1980s and continues to evolve and modify to meet worldwide threats. It can deliver intense fire on the battlefield with an array of aerial rockets, guided Hellfire missiles, along with 30mm cannon fire. The aircraft you see here is configured
What,
with
as it relates to
targeted
Islam
radar
or
systems
just
that can operate
in
both
general,
visibility
Liv?
and in the black of night. With more than 1,280 aircraft in operation accumulating over 5 million flight hours, 1.3 million of which have been in combat, the AH-64 Apache represents the backbone of the U.S. Army's attack helicopter fleet and a growing number of international defense forces.
Yep. You want to throw one of those Zaws in? I thought you meant dogs, yeah. So, kids are climbing on you. Yeah, that's why I put mine in baby jail.
Lockheed Martin.
Oh my god, sponsored by Lockheed Martin and Palantir. The optics right now.
Now, let's roll on to the future of Army readiness.
Ah,
The
yes.
Army Research
The
Laboratory
Boston
robot
Dynamics
dogs
surveillance
reflect
dogs.
The latest in Army innovation. Look at this. Much like a true canine, these robots can go where soldiers cannot. They have increased mobility, improved tactical awareness, reduced risk to soldiers, and enhanced teamwork. Replacing soldiers, robot dogs can explore terrain that may be difficult for soldiers to traverse, dispose of explosive ordnance, and act in defensive posture or aggressive capacity when armed.
In other words, when we Alu Akbar, it's a robot dog. You Alu Akbar and you just lost one of your most committed followers. We Alu Akbar and it's a robot dog. We are not the same. Hey, facts through fire.
The Ghost
Fucking robot dogs with
is
laser
another
cannons
innovation
mounted.
that can adapt seamlessly for very
Judgment Day is
special
about to be lit.
bomb recognition. These dogs reduce risk and support soldiers completely in high-stakes missions. They have a standard walk speed of 2 miles per hour and are working towards 6.7 miles per hour sprint.
Okay, well the good news is they can only sprint at 6.6 miles per hour, so you can easily outrun them. Now you just have to get behind a tree before they start firing. Yeah, probably a combination thereof. Through fire. Horseman War is gonna be riding a dog drone. Pale Horse of Death is actually a stealth bomber.
As the oldest continuously serving Army band and the oldest unit at West Point, this is the United States
Hey!
Military Academy Band.
I know
ladies and
someone who's
gentlemen.
going to West Point.
West Point Band traces its history to a single drummer and fifer appointed
Ha
by
ha,
George
through
Washington
fire. Very
during the
funny.
American Revolution. Over the next 2 centuries, this band evolved into one of the most capable and versatile performing groups in the world.
I just submitted paperwork to the Department of Defense as a character witness for someone going to West Point.
One of the most prestigious institutions in the world where leadership is forged and duty becomes destiny. This is West Point, where Army leaders are made. With the motto of duty, honor, and country, West Point trains the best and brightest to serve their country as Army officers. Founded back in 1802 by President Thomas Jefferson, West Point is the home of the Long Gray Line, a legacy of courage and excellence that includes 77 Medal of Honor recipients, 2 U.S. presidents, Grant and Eisenhower, and numerous generals, including John J. Pershing, Douglas MacArthur, and Norman Schwarzkopf. Upon entering the United States Army, all recruits undergo initial entry training.
Oh, of
Highly
course we
intense
do.
and a
What do you think
challenging
Joel
training
Osteen
period
is?
aimed at developing a soldier's physical and mental toughness, instill discipline, train them in
False
essential
prophet.
combat skills, and foster teamwork. IET transforms civilians into soldiers based on the 7 core Army values: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity.
Gage actually
and
called him an
personal
antichrist.
courage.
Oh wow. That's a
Or no, or did he call him? Did he call him an antichrist, or did he call him the abomination that desolates?
okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or excuse me, it's the
The
abomination that
Virginia
brings
Military
desolation.
Institute, on a mission to produce citizen soldiers, men and women educated for civilian life, prepared to serve their country in the armed forces. VMI counts on Nobel Prize winner, 11 Rhodes Scholars, generals, 7 Medal of Honor recipients, and a Pulitzer Prize winner among its graduates. As one of the nation's senior military colleges, students at Virginia Military Institute can participate in Army ROTC or the Corps of Cadets. While cadets in the Corps can serve in any branch of the United States military or pursue other careers, those in Army ROTC earn their commission as officers, ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Blue Ridge Battalion commissions approximately 130 second lieutenants, ensuring that excellence in leadership continues in generations to come. The Citadel, the military college of South Carolina, offers students the opportunity to participate in Army ROTC or the historic Corps of Cadets. Founded in 1842, the Citadel is the 3rd oldest of the senior military colleges and is known for its Corps of Cadets living and studying under a classical military system that makes leadership and character development essential. While military service is not required at graduation, more than 120 students earn their commission each year through the Army Senior ROTC Palmetto Battalion, playing a vital role in shaping the future.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is probably just we're trying to boost morale because
As one of the nation's senior military colleges,
Quite
Texas
possibly.
A&M University is home to both Army ROTC and the renowned Corps of Cadets. The Corps of Cadets' central purposes has remained building individuals that exemplify respect, excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and selfless service. Students at the university who participate in the Army ROTC earn their commission as officers ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Warrior Training Battalion at Texas A&M proudly commissions more than 90 second lieutenants and is honored to shape the future leaders of the U.S. Army.
What are you growling at? What are you growling at? You growling?
In a powerful display of commitment, these future soldiers will raise their right hand and take an oath of enlistment, pledging to serve our nation. This joint formation is proudly led by the Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and the Military District of Washington
Iran just got
Detention
nuked.
Team.
No, it didn't. You're fucking kidding me. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
The pride to serve my country knows that I'm doing it not for myself. Every day I put
Dude,
on a uniform,
don't
not
fucking-
just representing Caroline Robinson.
That's not fucking funny.
I'm representing my
Dude.
company here at the Academy. I'm representing West Point. I'm representing the United States Army.
Hey,
ultimately, I'm
nuclear
representing
world
the
war
United
just
States
started
Army.
is not a good joke, dude.
West Point because belief in the American.
A legacy that's connected not only to the Academy but to the American Army.
I'm surrounded by people who want to make themselves better and serve our country.
Excellence is their baseline, and that to me is what it means to be a West Point cadet.
From the earliest days of our nation, this supreme tradition of American military service has been passed down from soldier to soldier and generation to generation, and it's a beautiful.
Again, longtime Democrat House leader and Illinois House Speaker sentenced to 7 years in prison for corruption charges.
I always developed a sense of gratitude and pride for being American, and I wanted to give back to my country what it gave to me.
And it wasn't until I zipped up the blouse and I put the belt on for the first time that I realized that I was going to be serving my country, and it felt right.
Hopefully they
West
move
Point was
on to the
place that I
federal
needed to be.
Congress next.
And more importantly, the Army was where I wanted to be.
I just looked to the left and right over basic training and realized that we all had the same American patch on our shoulders, that we're all fighting for the same thing. I mean, there is no better feeling in the world knowing that every single person around you is committed and willing to die for that mission.
You came for excellence, you came for duty.
I mean, with how inbred Muslims are, poor impulse control, wouldn't surprise me if they did.
Warriors ever to walk on this planet.
What excites me the most
When you have
about
multiple
my future in the
Generations
Army
of cousin
is the
fucking,
opportunity
impulse
that I'm
control,
going to have
emotional
to give back
regulation, rational
to American
thinking,
soldiers that
all
I'm
of
going to
those
be meeting.
things just get
Because ultimately, they
don't get to choose. By the cousin
and
fuck.
to me, it's that burden of responsibility to be the best leader.
And as a young officer, that's going to be exactly what I get to do.
I was the cadet basic training first detail for the first 3 weeks. And I got to see the new cadets come in from their families' homes and being in process on their very first day and watching them grow so quickly.
I would do all the formations, and I looked out at these 1,000
Dagestanis are the prime
just come out of high
example.
school.
I have
They
no
were
idea
completely
what that is.
I don't think there's another institution in the country like West Point where the student body is so committed to furthering
Seriously,
the mission
it'll be
of
the Middle
America
East that ends the
and
world.
ensuring our democracy and freedom
Quite
for
possibly.
generations to come.
I'm really surrounded by the best of the best, and that's when I realized this is a place that I absolutely want to be.
West Point itself is an amazing institution, but it only
They can't
provides
resist fucking a
opportunities
goat.
that people
I
here
can't
have to
trust
choose
them
to
with
take those
anything else.
opportunities
Amen.
and grow and lead and serve.
Instead of degrees of
And the
bacon, they
people
have
here
degrees
want
of
to do
cousin.
that. I'm proud to be a part of that, and I would tell any high schooler who is
Bro, no!
you won't regret it.
An ethnic group in the Caucasus Mountains famous for being good grapplers and very inbred.
Left. Pace.
Can't say I'd ever heard of these people before.
Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
Okay, so they're right east of Georgia.
State your name.
They're between Georgia and Kazakhstan, with the sea in the middle, obviously.
Do solemnly swear
The Caspian Sea.
that I will support and defend
Did it end?
Needed to be.
We want to be.
West Point itself is an amazing institution.
Looks like it's over.
But it only provides opportunities. The people here have to choose to take those opportunities and grow and lead and
Oh,
serve.
yeah, it's over.
And the people here want to do that. And I'm proud to be a part of that. And I would tell any high school.
Well, yeah,
who's
Muslims are the
considering
most inbred population in the
you won't
world.
regret it.
All right. Hey, everyone that tuned in, thanks for watching. I sincerely hope that you're having a fantastic day. One more time, I'm going to plug myself here. Adventurous Publications. This is my book, The Garden of Lies. If you like epic fantasy.
Commence the ceremony as directed.
I.
Is that a
state
furry
your
on the
name.
cover? Oh my god, it's a werewolf.
Do solemnly
It's a
swear
fucking werewolf. I don't...
that I
Oh
will
my
support
god.
and
This is
defend
why I'm changing the cover. Shit like this is why I'm changing the cover. They are way more Muslim than Georgians, though. Georgians are ridiculously... Dagestan has more Muslims. I know, Maru. I know. It's just really fucking irritating. Like, But yeah. Anyways, if you like epic fantasy, if you like stuff with werewolves and mages and grand conspiracies against the people, stuff that's anti-government, there's the link in the description, or I'm sorry, in the chat. Yeah, if you write about werewolf shifters, people automatically look down on you.
Yep, thank you, not thank you, Christine Feehan.
Right. And Stephanie Meyer and...
Gosh. But mostly Naomi Singh and Christine Feehan.
I don't even know who Christine Feehan is, if I'm being honest.
Good. Yeah, you don't want to. Ugh. Disgusting person.
Honestly, put it in the monster fucker, sorry, section to trick some women into reading it. Fuck you, Maru. Fuck you.
Yeah, that would be the quickest way to get review bombed. Is to do that, because they have to have their safety tropes, which is so fucking annoying.
I read one book by Christy Feehan and I have opinions, but I'll save them. I mean, I don't know why you would save them. I want to hear them. All right. I'm kind of curious what's going on over on Blue Sky, because I like hitting my head against brick walls sometimes.
I'm gonna review bomb you. That's another thing that Brandon Sanderson was talking about that's super irritating, is how the small percentage of the reading community, you know, how like the 7% has been making it just absolute hell for
the rest of us.
It's kind of that way with the reading community, and the people who are like, I need you to list all of the tropes in here so that I know exactly what's going to happen before I even read this book. So they're the kind of people that want to watch a movie trailer that tells you everything that's going to happen in the movie before they even watch it.
The people that want to be spoon-fed.
Right.
Yeah.
And he said that's really annoying.
Yeah.
Because as a writer, that's really annoying. Really irritating as a reader, because if I pick up a book and they're catering to the lowest common denominator by doing that, then I don't even want to read the book anymore, because I already know everything that's going to happen.
Yeah. To answer your question, Empire, my book, the elevator pitch for my book is a werewolf born into the military police of his empire is approached by a young rebel spy and entertained with the possibility that everything he believes is a lie. Grand conspiracy unfolds. That's the premise of my book.
Why are you growling? She's growling at her bunny. Rawr.
Jaw dropped.
You're so funny.
Why do you say that? I mean, by no means am I the first person to do that or a similar premise.
Yeah.
Are you just glad someone finally did it with werewolves and mages? Because I don't think someone's done it with, at least not that I know of.
No. I looked.
She looked. No, they haven't. Let's see. I read Dark Magic by Christine Feehan. The book was erotic but thoughtless. It accidentally posed questions about free will that probably didn't bother most readers, but it bothered me. One of those, huh? I have my own issues with tropes, but most people who are reading romance know exactly what recipe they want and what ingredients they like. Yeah, because it's their porn.
Yep.
Tropes are their ingredients, and they enjoy being able to search for them. This has drawbacks that I don't enjoy. Yep. Is this my first book? Yeah, Garden of Lies is my first book. And then the sequel, The Garden of Hope, is immediately available as well. And then I'm working on The Garden of Fate, which Garden of Fate is already as long as book 1, and it's close to half done. I think half done. I'll probably get it done in 300K. Now, I used to think it was going to push 500K, but now that I'm closer to the halfway mark, I'm like, okay, no, I think probably 300K.
What are you doing?
How many pages is my first book? What is it? Like 450 something?
Your first one, I know it's 149K as far as word count, but most people don't go by that.
Yeah, most people don't go by word count. Yeah, it's about 500 pages, give or take. No, not 500,000 pages, 500,000 words. And I'm no, 500,000 pages. I don't know if there's an author alive that's written 500,000 pages. Well, I mean, depending on how big the book is, I guess. But no, 500,000 words. In the literary sphere, we talk about book length by words primarily instead of pages, because depending on the size of the book, that can change the page count. You can have literally the same. You can have two different versions of the Lord of the Rings, but because of the print size, there's 100 more or fewer pages.
Yep.
Yeah, anything AI writes is slop by definition, though, so we don't count that.
Nope. Got these people out here being like, well, I'm still working though, because I had to put the prompt in, and then I had to put it in the editing software, and so I'm still working. Yeah, you're a commercial book packager, just on the lower end of the totem pole of commercial book packager, because at least the other guys use people.
In 10 years, ChatGPT will be as good as human writers. No, it won't.
No.
Even better. That's impossible. It can't be better because it can only learn from humans. At best, it will be as good as a good writer. But it will never be as good as a truly great writer. And it will never be better than humans. Oh, no.
It's like, look, the AI commercial book packagers and the commercial book packagers that use people, the levels of respect for both of those should be very different. It's like, look, I can at least respect the person who is using real people and at least somewhat came up with the idea themselves. Because, I mean, even in TradPub, you have commercial book packaging, which happens all the freaking time. I mean,
Not doing that.
with Warriors, that was like a team of 6 people. But it's like, if you're gonna sell your crack in the online Walmart parking lot, at least, I don't know, put some effort into it.
Right. Are you my little raven? Are you my little red raven?
She's growling at you.
I know. You're a raven who thinks you're a wolf because daddy's a wolf.
It's like, grrr. What is this growling business?
Well, to be fair though, your name is Ravenwolf, so.
Yep.
I
You're
don't
so
know.
cute.
AI art might replace real artists. Yeah, I'd say there's a better chance of the visual artist replacement than there is of writers, but
Maybe.
But then again, that might just be
Also-
cope.
Right.
That might just be cope. We'll see. I will say I don't think AI is going to replace music. I don't think AI music is ever going to replace human music. That one I'm more confident about that one than I am about the writing one, to be honest.
Yeah. The other thing I don't understand is why there are
I sell quality cocaine in Whole Foods parking lots. Thank you very much.
See there.
I only sell the finest of cocaine. Crack is for the peasants.
It's gotta be designer.
It's gotta be that designer white Bolivian marching powder. I don't sell any of that yee that the kids cut with baking soda and creatine.
Get a nose full of baby powder.
Andrew Wilson is all about making AI music. What do you mean? Like Andrew Wilson, like of The Crucible? No, that's false. There are already AI voices of popular singers making cinema music. Just because they're making music that they're using in movie trailers and shit doesn't mean it's better than human music. It's good enough for Hollywood to use to mass produce movie slop does not mean it's good. If you hadn't noticed, AI Wilson actively creates and promotes AI music.
Are you okay?
Interesting.
I know you just bonked your head. Again.
I wonder why. I wouldn't have pegged him as being someone to do that.
Whoa. Wow. Wow. We'll get you.
Are you saying a word I don't know, or are you just misspelling cinema?
Yeah. Yep, just misspelling cinema.
Okay, you're just misspelling cinema, right?
Why are you growling? What is going on here? Where did you even pick this up?
It seems the blue sky is basically melting down at this point, which, I mean, who could have imagined that a hotbox of the most insane people on the internet.
Okay.
The lack of diversity of thought here. Is he talking about lack of diversity of thought on Blue Sky? You mean like the lack of not pedophiles on there?
Is it from another language empire? Because it's not coming up. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to like put you on blast or anything. Like I genuinely like learning new stuff. So if there's a word that I don't know, even if it's from another language. Yes. Okay, so cinema. Yes, okay, we all know the word cinema. Okay. I don't have a problem for AI music. Let's be honest, the music industry already has an algorithm for music they make. That's true. I like it for small niche things most. For instance, a web series has a catchy song that never got put into actual music. AI fixed that. Yeah. Yeah, look, I'm not saying the AI music has no place. There's some AI music that is funny as hell. Like I've been shared a couple AI songs on this stream that had me dying of laughter. But I don't want a bunch of the music I listen to every day. I don't want the music that I love to be AI.
all being crowded together, and without any dissenting opinion being left to discuss political issues on their own, would have turned into an insane leftist hate fest. But that's what Democrat billionaire Mark Cuban has discovered, that in fact the lack of diversity of thought at Blue Sky is really hurting their usage. And you can see he's linking a Washington Post article titled "The Blue Sky Bubble Hurts Liberals and Their Causes."
Who would have thunk it?
Oh, does it? Oh, that's good. Mark's really found that, actually, yeah, the usage of Blue Sky is declining over time, because actually it's not that exciting to be trapped with a bunch of leftists who are constantly parroting leftist things at one another. And this was always the problem that alternative media platforms have compared to what I guess we can just call the mainstream social media platforms, is that actually most of the fun of using these things is having the opposition in front of you, having them accessible, not just speaking in an echo chamber. And like, I've checked around, and so the numbers don't look too bad. Obviously, the number of registered users is a continual upward trend to 35.98 million. And then you've got the number of downloads, which is another metric that doesn't look great. So you can see the spike after Trump wins the election here, but then it returns pretty much to normal levels and then just declines off on the number of downloads in the Google Play and Apple App Store. So it's just, I mean, well, maybe there's an issue there. I mean, that's not healthy. That's not steady growth in and of itself. And then you've got the daily active users, which we're told, according to Blue Sky, I think it is themselves, they have 3.5 million daily. But again, that seems to be contradicted by this data here. And honestly, I'm not sure which data is reliable. So who knows? But the monthly website visits themselves, while declining very slightly, is nothing terminal yet. But I think that's really... This sort of thing is all...
Exactly, Liv.
Everything that's going to come further down the road.
Exactly.
I think
that's part of the beauty of art, is the negotiation between the art and the artist. Some things are deeper than beauty. Exactly. And that's almost a paradoxical statement, because suffering for the sake of beauty is in and of itself beautiful. And pain and misery and all of the things that you endure to create truly good art, those things are beautiful because of what you're enduring them for. And so if you're any kind of a person who isn't completely irredeemable, the creation of something beautiful leaves you a more beautiful person. And then the world has more beauty in it. And that's a profound thing. And AI takes that away from us. So, yeah, there's a lot of problems with AI art beyond just putting artists out of work. AI threatens the very essence of what it means to be human. What are you doing, huh? What are you doing, sweetie? Look, Emnus, it's pizza. Pizza.
That's very hot. No touchy, you will hurt.
No. Do I have to put you in baby jail? Probably.
Do we need to put you in your walker?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, grab the walker.
I'll give you something to snack on.
Mommy, get you your walker, huh? Put you in your little mech suit and give you a snack. This kid loves her walker. Mwah. We're gonna get you some food. No, you can't have that. It's too hot. It's too hot, and frankly, it's not very good for you. Mommy and Daddy are just cheap, and it's cheap food. We're gonna get you something better. We feed you better stuff than we eat because we love you. Oh, Mommy's gonna give you some chimkin. Yeah, Mommy's gonna give you some chimkin. Yep, some buttered chimkin. Doesn't that sound good? This kid is beside shit cost. What does shit cost kid mean? Tell Liv, Daddy doesn't know what that means. I tell you, you want to talk about shitting cost. This kid poops like we feed her $1,000 of food. She's like, I poop like I ate 5 times what I did.
You wanna get your walker and eat?
All right, dinner time.
Lucky.
We give you some chimkin.
Put your feet in there.
Damn this.
I know you're gonna grab the inside of the thing with your toes so that you don't have to sit in there. But see, once you get in there, you're fine because there's food.
I heard some black dude say shit cost, meaning shit's expensive. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't particularly enjoy going with the street usages. They're coming out. They're getting progressively dumber and dumber. Gosh. I'll be right back.
Here goes. Yeah, is that yummy? Is that yummy? Good. Oh, you got the butter in there? Yeah. Yeah? You like butter. Yep. Yep, just feed you straight up salted butter and you are happy as clam. You are the happiest, Pudge.
The pudgiest raven and the happiest pudgiest raven.
Yep. This kid will eat straight up slices of salted butter.
Now I'm adopting it to balance out my pedantic vernacular. I mean, I guess if you wanna go with the black and white approach, all or nothing, genius or retarded, you know, a person of polarity. Thank you. Fuck.
Give people whiplash.
Cognitive whiplash. Ah, fuck! This the insight was so brilliant, but the verbiage was so fucking dumb. That's the smartest thing, using the dumbest words.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that works. That's what the kids are calling it these days.
The issue that Mark is pointing to, and that the Washington Post has pointed to.
Capable of extreme intellectual cognitive dissonance, nigga.
Oh my god.
Did you say yes? Yes, I said it.
Perfect.
Well, we lost some chimkin. Where is the Santa hat?
Oh, this is mine.
I did just say the word. Used to say the word a lot more back when Wes was alive. I believe you also redeemed Batman.
Yep.
So I just want you to know that I'm Batman. The hero this city needs, but not the one that it deserves right now. Do I hate chocolate people? No. Here, let me show you something.
I didn't say it's the hard R either.
Hang on. I need a scene that's just my camera. Oh my god. Hang on. Hang on. It was me. I'm Spartacus. Yeah, hang on. Assuming his profile is still up. Yeah, it's still here. Oh, my dearly departed friend. Where's a good one? Ugh, I miss this unrepentant. Oh, here's a fun one. So this is Wes in the middle of the bottom, and here's me next to him. I'm desperately trying to keep this guy's knee on my back so the pyramid doesn't tumble. Let's see. Oh, here's me and him prom night. This guy was my best friend. 10 years. So, anyone who wants to come at me with, "You're racist," can just shove it up their ass. Like, I loved that dude like a brother. I put up with way more bullshit from him than I ever should have because of how much I loved him. I know, I'm not saying you did. I'm saying anyone that wants to say I am. It's like, you can say it. It's not true, and I'm not even going to entertain it, like, even a little bit. Yo, having a black friend, isn't it? Yes, it fucking is. That whole bullshit of having a black friend isn't a I'm not racist card. Yes, it fucking is. If you're racist, you're not gonna be friends with the person you're racist against. That's fucking retarded. You were just rubbing it in my face that you had friends in high school and I didn't. Yeah, like a whole 3 of them. And one of them was like kind of retarded, so.
So does that count as 2.5 then?
I'm gonna call up Tim and be like, my wife said you're half a person, and hang up with no context.
Where are you going?
you can be united with racism. That's dumb, Empire. That's a dumb take, dude.
But actually, it's becoming utterly insufferable to use Blue Sky. Now, don't get me wrong, Twitter hasn't been perfect. By any stretch of the imagination, Twitter has not been perfect. But there's definitely a difference, right? Because Mark here posts, again, this is all posting on Blue Sky. The replies here may not be as racist as Twitter, but they damn sure are hateful. Oh, really? Is that the case? Is that the case that there's actually stacks of hate that isn't contained in the term racism, sexism, transphobia, whatever, blah, 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 blah? Turns out there's other forms of hate, and they can be directed at you no matter what your political affiliation. Very interesting. He says, talk AI, they say, F you, AI sucks, go away. Talk business, go away. Well, I mean, you're on a very feminine platform. Of course they don't want to talk about AI and business. Like, why would they be interested in that? Talk healthcare, crickets. Engagement went from great convos on many topics to agree with me or you're a Nazi fascist. We are forcing posts to X. And after this, he carries on and says, someone says, what are you proposing? He's like, well, the moderation and block tools on here are so advanced, because they would have to be for this kind of clientele. If you see someone you don't want to see on here, just block them. Don't attack them. I mean, that doesn't take advanced moderation tools. Block people all the time if I don't want to see them. For some reason, people haven't all blocked Richard Hanania, and I don't know why. I've got him blocked. I haven't blocked for ages. There used to be great give and take on discussions on politics and news. Not so much anymore. It doesn't have to be this way. The thing is, Mark, doesn't it have to be this way? Right. Are you sure? You're like, yeah, we're the left, guys, and we're the most sane and rational people in politics, which means
we're totally
we fucking
sane.
Hate one another.
So
and we
rational,
are going to
guys.
bully
Oh my
each
God.
other until everyone agrees. And so this is his timeline. And just after that, he started retweeting replies. And I just thought we'd go through some. Matthew here says, for me, unless I post something political, there's just zero engagement. It feels like I'm talking to the void. So you can tell the kind of clientele that Blue Sky has. It is disaffected, very politically engaged libs and leftists who call everything Nazi fascist. That's what we have here. Interesting that Cuban bemoans the lack of diversity of thought, yet only reposts replies he agrees with. We reposted you, and again, this is the point. Like, rather than engaging with his point, you're just kind of attacking him. I love the way Mark retweeted random dude with no prior tweets. Prove the point that he had more diversity of opinion. Well, you kind of need to, right? And then you've got other people saying, well, look, we could have fun. It could be a fun platform. It's like, could it, though? Could it? Can these people have fun? I'm not sure that they can. Mark then says, how does everyone suggest Blue Sky survives as a business, or do you not care? And that's another issue. Is I have no idea how Blue Sky is funded. But I mean, as far as I can tell, there's no particular way of paying for anything. So, I mean, I haven't used that much, so maybe there's a lot there. I don't know. But the point
it does
is,
taste really good. Thank you for noticing.
Clear how Twitter makes its money. People pay for Twitter Blue, whatever they call it, and they buy ad revenue.
I assure you, it's slowly killing me, and it tastes delicious.
On there, so Twitter can actually make some money. How does Blue Sky do it? And then you get like he was retweeting some others a minute ago. Also here, everyone wants to be.
It's got vegetables on it, so it's kind of healthy.
Yeah, it's got peppers.
Yeah.
And onion and tomato sauce.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the crust is also made of plant. Yeah. So really, this is a salad. So it's it's very healthy by definition.
Yeah.
I mean, am I fucking wrong?
Yeah. I mean, the word salad is mess, so it's a mess of things technically. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you want to understand, but democracy isn't built on agreement, it's on our willingness to stay in the room with the difference.
You want some
but that's the point that Mark is making. That actually, the people in the room with you are making it intolerable to stay in the room. They are very unpleasant people, and I actually don't really want to be about them. And, okay, you might get a lot more racism on Twitter, but it's not as unpleasant as Blue Sky.
Nature has an artistic beauty to it. Da Vinci used to take inspiration from the shapes of passing clouds, but there was no conscious entity behind them. given this. That's a philosophical rabbit hole right there. If you're truly taking inspiration from it and not just copying it, I think that would be fine. I think using AI as a sounding board or a thinking tool to help you think or to expand your thinking is fine. It's when people let it think for them or when they let it do it for them.
Yep. Because what a lot of people say that they're doing is, well, I'm using it for brainstorming, but they're actually using it as a crutch instead of storming their own brain for the ideas. Yep. And ending up giving themselves digital lobotomies.
And under her feet.
Yeah. You silly. Give me that.
I agree. I think inspiration is one thing, but taking ideas.
In fact, that's what Matthew here is saying. My reply that you retweeted got about 50% hostile and 25% helpful and 25% neutral responses. Slowly turning just as bad as X, but from a different side with a fraction of the audience. If a post challenges the masses, it's like being downrange of a firing squad. New users aren't going to jump in. Well, I mean, again, what did you think you were courting? What did you think? And look at this. Snake Lady says, it's like you, as a billionaire, are a despicable bastard. And we want you to stop pushing AI and big business here and just go away. Yeah, I mean, that will absolutely prove the point he's making. Fucking leave them, pussy. Yep, that proves the point. D-girl. Very tough-talking lady on the internet. Man, if I was as rich as you, I'd probably...
Asking AI to critique an idea that you have is not a very good route to go because AIs are programmed to praise you. So they will give you a favorable critique the majority of the time. Unless programmed otherwise. But for the majority of the time, they are programmed to give you the most favorable opinion of whatever it is that you're asking. So,
well, I mean, to be fair, most people are programmed to give you a favorable critique most of the time, too. So
they can be unless you ask them, like, okay, rip this to shreds, please.
Yeah, but a lot of people still won't do it. That's the point I'm making, Kate.
Yeah. You need to be like, find me an editor from like 15 years ago.
Like, dear Santa Claus, I want an editor from the 40s. One of those old crotchety bastards that hated everything that wasn't... What's the guy who, Old Man in the Sea?
Ernest Hemingway.
Everything... One of those old crotchety bastards that thinks everything that isn't Hemingway is subpar.
Yep. Oh dear.
Smokes 3 cigars a day. And washes down his bourbon with a shot of whiskey.
Yep.
I'm glad I retweeted all this. It's really funny. Well, you see, when you're a billionaire who's completely out of touch with reality, that tends to happen. You're complaining that no one likes your ideas, and that hurts your feelings.
Were there? They didn't show the stands a whole lot.
No.
Is that yummy? Is that yummy? Yes, it's yummy. It's yummy. You have butter on your shirt. I was trying to give you your butter.
Also, welcome in, Repentant. Yeah, I suppose in a certain way. I mean, if you want to give me your unvarnished thoughts, send them over. I am always... There's few things I love as much as discussing my work. Like, I love talking about my writing. It's God, my family, and my writing is like my 3 top things. Yeah, you keep characterizing it as Trump throwing himself a military parade, but that's literally just the way you're choosing to frame it. That's not what this was. Like, Trump didn't make it about himself. He wasn't in the parade. Like, dude, you're literally just choosing to make it about Trump because, frankly, it seems like you have Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh, I know, and that's why I'm fixing it.
Like, fuck, this is some fixable shit.
Yeah.
That's such a weird thing to say.
Also didn't help that, you know, the person I got to format it cut out like 35,000 words.
I can't remember, was that my editor or the other? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why Kat did that.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was the software that she used that did a funky. Very possibly.
Could have been.
See, because there were huge sections of chapters just gone.
Ha! You trust Malay. That's funny. Alright. He takes Malay's opinion seriously. Point and laugh, everyone. Yeah, I agree the optics are bad, but again, he wasn't in the parade. It wasn't called Trump Day Parade. Like... That's fine. Yes, I am a writer. My wife is too. Yep. That's actually how we met, is through our writing. If you like epic fantasy, you can check me out.
Bless you.
He's the commander-in-chief, bro. It's tradition for the commander-in-chief to be at the parade in a position to oversee it, saluting his troops. Like, that's normal. That's the standard thing that every country forever has done.
Did you make a happy plate? Huh? Did you make a happy plate? You got... Come here, you.
Tradition, name the precedent.
All over.
Every single country forever, dude. Have you ever watched a military parade from another country?
What? I'm wiping.
Any European country.
Nummy.
North Korea, Russia, Germany, England, France. Any African country. South Korea, Japan, like, pick a country. When you have a military parade, the leader of the country takes a position of honor, and the parade goes past him. This is normal. Japan is a fascist country? South Korea is fascist? England?
You want some more food?
Alright, whatever. You're entitled to your opinion, even if it's wrong.
You want some more food?
I like how you're zeroing in on, like, the bad countries, completely ignoring the good ones I mentioned. Talk about bad faith. I don't think you're very repentant at all. I want to read Gehenna. I don't have it on my computer for whatever reason, but the style reminded me of Daphne du Maurier. I would love to read that when it's done. Yeah, I just had Kate. I told Kate there were a couple minor fixes that Gehenna needed, and she needed to write the ending anyway, so now she's gonna, instead of 2 parts, it's gonna be 1 book.
Yep, and I actually figured out what the twist is at the end, so. Haha.
Impression? Panda, I didn't even see the redeem. Oh, okay. Impersonate Sargon of Akkad. You know that pulls this crap is France on Bastille Day.
Oh, are you okay? You gonna mush it? You gotta mush it. What? I'm gonna get you some more.
Alright, well, I expect it on my desk. Alright. So, look. If I was to impersonate Sargon of Akkad, I would have to start speaking in this sort of British accent with that Sargon cadence. Because he has this cadence that's slightly British, but he also puts his own spin on it. And it's very unique to him. And of course, he occasionally comes out with some witty retort, rejoinder. But who's to say if that's something he picked up somewhere or just a piece of his natural personality? Probably some combination thereof.
That's a you problem, big guy. Yeah, that's really making me want to use Blue Sky, I tell you that. I have noticed that the people on this site have grown ruder and more hateful since I joined it 4 months ago. Even if you agree with 95% of what a person is saying on a topic, if there is one point they might call you out as being a grey area, they will call you a fascist, etc. No,
I didn't say that. Bro, why are you being so combative? I never said that it's coincidence. I straight up admitted to you that it's bad optics that he did that. I wish he hadn't made the parade on his birthday. I think it was an ill-advised move. Like, the optics of that are terrible.
Yeah. What? What is the matter?
What about him? He went with the army. And by the way, the army is the oldest fighting force in the country. We had an army before we had any of those other things. So it makes sense to celebrate theirs specifically. They were the first.
No kidding. No kidding. Who could have imagined that Blue Sky would turn into that? Mark Cuban is of course not the only person who's noticed that Blue Sky is becoming an insanely toxic cesspit. Again, and this is compared to Twitter.
Sounds like
stuff
leftism,
like this.
Panda.
Ordinarily, I don't know who Biles is, but he's ignorant and privileged. This would all be over tomorrow. However, cis people are insisting that no one is allowed to criticize her. Very well, we are now enemies for life. I don't have any enemies. But, let alone enemies for life. Both you and she may drink, piss, and depart in disgrace. How lovely. The thing is, I was content to let her originally call for segregation of trans athletes slide. I was annoyed but it bit my tongue. I mean, why would you care? But now this is showing intentionality. She's had time to think about it, what she said, and she settled on better apologize to the fascist. It's fascinating. Simone Biles is a worthless...
The way that trans activists use it, yeah, it certainly is. And frankly, the idea that we need a word for the concept that word points towards is absurd, because male and female means what it means. I don't need to say cisgender male or cis male because it's male, and you're male or you're female. And if you want to go and have a fun little delusion with yourself, you can do that, but I'm not sharing your fucking delusion. So, not only is the way it's used by that community a slur, but the very word itself is an affront to reality, and I refuse to use it.
Fascist, sympathizer, horrible words. I don't know who these people are, but it's like, this is pretty unhealthy discourse. I'm not saying you can't find things like this on Twitter either, obviously. It's just funny how, in a much smaller echo chamber, this kind of behavior becomes a lot more magnified. Here's someone called the Pissed Off Lawyer, who I understand was trans, because they say, I'm detransitioning. My name will still be Hendrix. My birth name carries a lot of abuse with it, so Hendrix stays. I will block anyone using my prior name. I was not talked into this or groomed. This is what I want. I made the choice to transition as an adult, and the buck stops here. I won't be suing anyone. I'm not angry about it. However, after a lifetime of trauma due to being a female and 15 plus years of endometriosis, I disconnected from my female body completely. More gatekeeping could have caught this instead of an all-affirmation model. This is why I find the informed consent model to be flawed after 7+ years of transition. Now, this, honestly, is a very reasonable point that lots of people have been making, mostly on the right, saying, look, actually, some skepticism in the model would actually make it less like it was a cult, and this person is the result of that. They've come to the same conclusion after going through the system and finding, yeah, so actually, maybe someone should be like, look, probably not. It's probably something else, right? Probably, there's other problems in your life. And the response to this is this kind of thing. Legal Tweets is going the route of a detrans grifter instead of just detransitioning like a normal person. Yes, normal people detransition. Detransitioning is something normal people have to do. But, I mean, is this griftery? This doesn't sound griftery to me. This sounds like someone who's been through something and been like, look, I'm not attacking you. I'm not saying... I'm not suing anyone. I wasn't groomed or anything. But this is just how I'm doing things, so moving forward now. But instead of just detransitioning like a normal person, who realised it wasn't working out for them, is gutting to me right now. So much for pushing against all the hate and keeping us all safe, they'd rather sell us out. Dude, you are mad if you think this is someone selling you out. That is mental. But anyway, you've got lots of people
a trans person engaging in absolutely unhinged behavior? Never would have guessed.
Pray that Blue Sky doesn't die entirely. We need it so the worst liberal posts are kept in a place where the broader public won't ever see them. And my God, is that true? I occasionally do these sojourns into Blue Sky to bring this back to you. And I'm telling you, man, Twitter is not always a very pleasant place to be. But Blue Sky just seems really, really insufferable because all of the worst, most politically engaged and
I love this.
The cult.
Pray that Blue Sky doesn't die entirely. We need it so the worst liberal posts are kept in a place where the broader public won't ever see them. Oh, honestly, I'm surprised Libs of TikTok doesn't
make a Libs of Blue Sky.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Twitter has.
Wow. Yes. What? You want some more? Do you want some more milk? No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
I do enjoy the white people have no culture talking point. It's like, ah, yes, then kindly fuck off back to a country that is not at all white.
Yeah.
And get off the internet, which was created by white people, and stop speaking English, which is a white people language, and don't engage with any of the things that we created. If we have no culture, then everything that we created technically doesn't exist, and you can fuck off. So fucking stupid. It's the dumbest talking point they've come up with.
So exciting.
White people don't have any culture except for all the things that are completely white in origin. White people have no culture. Now I'm going to go to Starbucks and tweet on my iPhone.
Right.
While listening to Ariana Grande. Or white people, so I guess it'd be Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
If we want to just go white as possible.
That's the name of Peyton's new kitten. Is Taylor Sprinkles.
Okay, so Blue Sky itself has an account. Yep, Libs of Blue Sky. There it is. Wow, I'm surprised it doesn't have more followers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Probably because it's not verified.
Well, and it's inactive. Look, the last post is...
Oh.
Oh, one post. Yeah, that's why.
What the hell?
Oh, man. So original. So brave. So bold.
Right.
Man, they are really showing Trump with that one, guys. I bet Trump was so scared. Oh, thank God that fucking retard left. Ugh. God, that guy was it. So, North Korea and Russia are the standard now? Got it.
Wow.
So, fascist countries are the standard now? Got it. Like, so you have a dick up your ass. Got it.
What? What's the matter? Are you telling me you're done?
Grip of it, of politics. All of those people just dumped themselves on Blue Sky and then were just going at it. And they've been doing it for what, 6 months now, 8 months? And unsurprisingly, people are like, wow, this seems to be getting worse. There are more and more people leaving and just remain. The only people who remain are the ultra toxic ones. Now, this is really weird. Who could have imagined? And eventually Mark Cuban's like, look, I'm just going to have to go back to X, bro. I'd rather the racist than you. We are in a terrible position in the United Kingdom at the moment.
I'm curious what the hell this is about.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Oh, the left and their buzzwords. They love a good buzzword, especially one that gives them a feeling of moral superiority or intellectual superiority. We're the party of science. We're the free thinkers, the progressives. We're open to ideas, openness, and diversity, yada, yada, yada. They love all these terms and concepts that declare their virtues to the masses. But what about reality? Does it line up with reality? Well, I've long maintained that it doesn't, and I guess it turns out that I was right. I'm not pretending like I'm sort of super genius who was ahead of the curve. It's kind of just the obvious conclusion. But now we've got the data to prove the claim. It's now confirmed thanks to this study that the left is the most close-minded and intellectually fragile group of people in the political sphere. Wow. I know, shocking. We've said it for years that the left preaches tolerance, of course, until you disagree. They claim to embrace debate until you ask the wrong question.
Not even a year old, and she thinks Booch is like the best thing ever. I know so many kids that were her age that would not have liked this at all. And she got angry with me for trying to give her the milk instead of the Booch.
Well, she's just like Daddy. She's a little sugarholic. Yep.
Is it good?
She's like, it has sugar in it! Yeah, Daddy sees you.
Yep.
Daddy knows what you are. Yep. We're gonna have to watch you for all the addictive behaviors because you're just like Daddy. Dopamine! 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 I love you. She's like, I don't care, Booch.
She's like, Booch,
Scientific proof that the political right actually has more diversity of thought than the left could ever dream of. Let me show you guys this study and the stunning visual that they released visualizing their data. It confirms exactly what we've been saying. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let me post it here on screen. Take a look at this chart, this beautiful little web of political truth, I guess we could call it. This is from a study mapping attitude networks, basically clustering people's political positions based on how much they agree or disagree with a range of viewpoints. And well, as you can see, the red side, that's the right. Conservatives, populists, libertarians, conservative-leaning centrists, free speech absolutists, traditionalists, you name it. They occupy this entire spectrum. And it's exactly like I've been saying, the right has become this sort of web that expands rather far in multiple solutions together. You know, sure, there's cluster, there's general agreements, but then there's also viewpoints that you could visually see diverge. It's sprawling, it's dynamic. In other words, it's pretty much exactly what you'd expect from a side that actually allows debate and disagreement. But then, of course, we take a look at the left, the blue cluster. What do you notice? Well, it's very different visually. It's tight, it's uniform, it's ideological conformity. Everybody agrees with the party dogma. There's no debate, no nuance, no intellectual variation, no divergence. No, everybody is in the exact same little bubble. I mean, we might as well call it the Reddit bubble. You're either 100% in, or the moderators will push you out. I think
I'm gonna clean you up. Come here. Get your hands. Come on.
The enlightened centrists summarized in a meme.
There you go. My love.
This right here is exactly why the enlightened centrists, the common sense moderates piss me the hell off. Because it's actually been this way. They're just now starting to realize it, and it's really fucking annoying, actually.
Gosh. Okay. I'm gonna get you.
You're gonna need to sweep that area too.
sides make some good points. He's on that center line, and the person on the left pushes him to the right, and then the leftist individual is questioning, why are you siding with the bad guys? I wonder why all the classical liberals and common sense centrists identify as MAGA these days. Well, it's obvious. They're not accepted in the left-wing cult, and the data seems to back that up absolutely. While the right hosts actual discourse, the left has narrowed itself into one giant, hyper-policed, self-reinforcing groupthink machine. You see it culturally. You see it in all kinds of different spaces, whether we're looking at the mainstream media or university campuses.
I don't know what the voting, the voting in the 2024 election of Harvard University's faculty was, okay? My guess is that at least 90% and probably 95% of them voted for Kamala Harris, right? If you ask yourself a foreign election, a foreign country's election, and you say 80% of the people voted for one candidate, you would say, oh, that's kind of weird, right? That's like not a super healthy democracy. If you said, oh, 95% of people voted for one party's candidate, you would say that's North Korea, right? That's totalitarian. That is impossible in a true place of free exchange for that to happen. And so I think the ideological diversity of these universities has to get much better. And I think that if that got better, if you actually had a place where people were open to debating these things and weren't terrified.
That's fair, Maru. That is fair.
Get you a TV tonight. Oh, good job.
They were going to lose their job for saying something that was a little bit outside the Overton window, then I think the science would get better, the reproducibility would get better, the quality of the institution would be so much better, and that's what I want because we need high-quality universities. Right now, the problem is we don't have them.
Is NPR biased? Congressman, I have never seen any instance of political bias determining editorial decisions. No.
Mr. Berliner, in his story last year, wrote in the D.C. area, editorial positions at NPR. He said he found 87 registered Democrats, 0 Republicans. Is that accurate?
We do not track the numbers or the voter registration, but I find that
was award-winning journalist who worked 25 years at NPR. Mr. Berliner, was he lying when he wrote that?
I am not presuming such. I just we don't track that information about our journalists.
87 to 0, and you're not biased.
Every left-wing institution is the exact same. It always ends up in the same position. Total ideological conformity. Because if you don't conform, you don't get hired, or you get fired. You don't get the promotion. You don't get in that position to begin with. Opposing viewpoints are not allowed. You're not allowed to question trans ideology. You're not allowed to question climate orthodoxy. You can't question affirmative action or DEI programs without being labeled a white supremacist. Meanwhile, on the right, when it comes to these issues, there's a rigorous debate. The left's whole shtick relies on narrative discipline. It's one message, one voice. That's how they push the culture. That's how they control these institutions. And ironically, it's also why their left-wing institutions are crumbling down to the ground, because when everything is dictated from top down, nobody actually learns how to think. They just memorize the slogans, try not to get canceled. The moment someone goes off script, and bam, the drama ensues. And that's of course why trust in the mainstream media has totally fallen apart. You know, the institutional left-wing media pretends that they're giving you balanced coverage, but every single voice is repeating the exact same thing. Trump is evil, the world is ending, DEI is righteous, and your kids should be indoctrinated with LGBTQ ideology. You know, eventually it gets old, eventually people start paying attention and realizing that it's all an ideological operation.
Sharing of biased
based in false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media first. Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias.
Greetings, Gixa. Welcome back. You missed it. Were you here at all when Repentant was here, Gixer? If you weren't, you missed a grade A libtard.
And of course, the real.
Huh?
I said it was so much fun.
It was. We love our libtards here at the Adventure. We just love them to death.
Heavy irony here is that the left is constantly projecting. They're always saying the right is fascist, the right is authoritarian, the right is closed-minded. But clearly that isn't the case at all. We're the ones who tolerate disagreement. And you're the ones who are canceling comedians for telling the wrong joke or doxing people for supporting Republican candidates. You're the ones who all march in complete unison, following the instructions of Hollywood, academia, corporate America, big tech. You guys do what you're told and follow what the power brokers tell you. And you think you're the grassroots, you think you're the rebels, the resistance, the free thinkers. No friggin' way. And the chart right here, let's just pull it back on screen because it's just so visual. It confirms what we have known for a long time. The left is an echo chamber, and the right is a marketplace of ideas. And in the long run, the echo chambers always end up collapsing. Groupthink leads to decay. It leads to censorship, repression, and ultimately stagnation. But debate, disagreement, allowing the best ideas to float to the surface, that's how civilizations thrive. That's how we evolve. That's where the real conversations are happening. That's where the real progress happens. It's where people are actually thinking instead of being told what to think. And so I guess the next time a smug, blue-haired leftoid tries lecturing you about how the right is so close-minded, honestly don't say a single thing, pull out your phone and just show them this chart and then simply walk away. The left's entire worldview depends on silencing disagreement. They are the fascists, they're the bigots, they're the ones who are close-minded, and I guess that's no longer an opinion, that's now provable science. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you.
You combine that study with the study that shows the empathy bubbles, and it really definitively proves that people on the left are just bad people. Like, there's no getting around it at this point. Like, we now have scientific, empirical evidence. Leftists are bigots and narcissists. 6 of one, half a dozen. Oh, crap, wrong thing.
They could be playing Tittymonger with me if you just played Tittymonger with me.
Like you could totally be playing Tittymonger with me right now. Get you. Yes, Daddy came back.
You know Daddy always come back for his little damnness.
For you guys on this one, hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you
Alright, let's talk about World War III, guys.
From Axios, Iran strikes back at Israel. U.S. helps to intercept missiles. Axios reporting Iran launched a major counterattack against Israel on Friday, firing around 100 missiles in 2 barrages. The retaliatory attack began 18 hours after Israel launched a war against Iran, attacking its nuclear facilities and missile sites and killing top military leaders and nuclear scientists. The U.S. is helping to intercept incoming ballistic missiles, according to an Israeli official and a senior U.S. official. So, ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. is now in the war. Now, call it whatever you want. Some might say, I know that the more pro-Israel side is going to say, we are not at war with Iran, we're simply defending an ally. And I know that the anti-Israel side is going to say outright, we have just started a war with Iran. But I think it is fair to say, set all that aside, what is Iran thinking about this? They are threatening retaliation because the U.S. defending Israel and supplying them with weapons while Israel is bombing them. As far as they're concerned, we are at war with Iran. We are actively involved in Israel with weapons, and we are helping intercept the missile strikes against them. That's how Iran's going to see it. The question is,
it's hard to argue with that
does
logic.
this result in Iranian attacks on U.S. assets in the region? Considering what Trump has been saying about we knew, and the Iran saying that the U.S. was deceiving them, I think it's very likely. Now, a couple quick updates. This is massive. From Fox News, the Kiryat compound, Israel's equivalent to the Pentagon, has been hit. We have this report from Fox News. Let me see if I can play it.
Correspondent Trey Yingst has been up all night, is standing by with all the details. Trey, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Laura, following that Israeli attack against Iranian nuclear facility, waves of ballistic missiles. This is Israel's version of the Pentagon, the Kiryat. And the building on this compound was just hit.
Please go back, please, go back, please.
You can understand here, it's very tense at this specific location because the Iranians are now targeting the defense establishment of Israel.
Wow. So here we go. We also have this from Fox News, Trey Yingst. An Iranian ballistic missile struck a residential building in the suburbs of Tel Aviv. At least 1 woman has been killed and 20 others injured. So far, all I've seen is 1 death in Israel. I'm not entirely sure. There is a video, actually, which I'll seek, which shows the rocket strike. It's close up.
Well, I think that Netanyahu, who made a proclamation as to why they launched this attack, was likening this to the Nazi military buildup, and the appeasement that happened before World War II. The French and the British, basically Neville Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister, wanted to appease Hitler because Hitler wanted old German land back. He wanted piece of Poland. He wanted part of Czechoslovakia. So the British gave him Czechoslovakia. They gave him the western part of the Sudetenland. Because of that, the Germans kept building up and building up and building up their military until it was too late.
So this is a video of an Iranian ballistic missile striking downtown Tel Aviv.
And the idea is hypersonic, maybe, like the bypassing the Iron Dome's capabilities, new weaponry. But I think the argument that Netanyahu is making is that he's preempting a military buildup. That if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, they will use it. They will obliterate Tel Aviv. You think that was big? Imagine whatever modern day military warhead. And so it's like if we don't stop them, but I mean that's a declaration of total war if that's the case.
Do you find that argument compelling that they would actually use a nuclear weapon on Israel? Because honestly, legitimately, I don't think they would. I think the reason that they want a nuclear weapon is because North Korea has a nuclear weapon, and the U.S. isn't breathing down their throat talking about regime change. Libya gave up their nuclear weapon, and then a couple of years later, NATO was running air cover for the rebels. So I don't think that Iran actually wants it specifically so they can use it to essentially set in motion the destruction of the Iranian regime, right? So because even if they killed a bunch of Jews, right, or a bunch of Israelis and did massive damage, the United States is definitely going to step in if they use a nuclear weapon in
I feel like Iran would stand to lose a lot more.
Yeah.
Personally, like if they were to nuke, like if they want to hit Israel, we've been made to believe that both Iran and China are like these big threats, but they're really not. Our threats are sometimes our neighbors. Like Mexico has killed more Americans, right, than Iran probably has in the last couple of decades.
Agree about Mexico, disagree about China. Go ahead, sorry.
Right. No. Yeah. And hey, my mom's from Mexico. We're right there. And we see the
from
disaster
the first comment here.
and the implications of having a bad
Tired of
neighbor to
hearing
our
about
south.
Israel's problems
and I think
while my
somebody,
country
I
goes
don't know
to
if it was
hell.
Jack Pasovic that posted, when are we going to strike the cartel sites? in
Neither
Mexico?
country
We're
eats
hitting
bacon, not the
Iran,
USA's problem.
And I think it's valid.
Israel took out all of their top military brass, and the U.S. is like, well, I don't know.
Overwhelmingly, the sentiment in the comments seems to be fuck the
And I don't
Middle
know
East.
how anyone can look at, the president of Mexico now, where Donald Trump kind of extended his olive branch and say, look, if you want us to help you with your cartel problem, we can. But of course, she wants to make it seem like, oh, we will never allow like another country to come in and take care of our own problems. We can do it by ourselves. But it's like, okay, you're kind of telling on yourself right now.
Yeah. So I'm seeing a lot of people post, Israel has a right to defend itself. And I'm like, wait, hold on. You're not seriously implying that a preemptive strike on Iran was self-defense.
That's been since thousands of years they've been making that argument. It is. The Romans did it. They were like, look, because sometimes if you just sit back and wait and the enemy on the other side of the border builds up their military and you don't do anything, then they invade you, they destroy your industrial capacity, you can't rebuild your counterattack. So you do the preemptive attack as a form of defense because you know they're going to attack you. But
That's right.
the argument
Offense is defense.
It's the best defense, a lot of people say, in war for sure. Like the French
Not
before
just
World War II.
war, like if you're in a situation where you have to defend your life, like if you got a gun, you don't have to wait for someone to punch you to take your gun out. And
So let's try this. Your neighbor says they are going to kill you, and then you're like, okay. And then one day you see him standing in his front yard assembling a 308 and while smiling at you. Do you have a right, or does it make sense to attack them?
Technically, legally, no.
No, you don't.
Morally.
I mean, in real life, you call the police.
I don't think that's a fair analogy.
In war, there's no law. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah, it's very different when you're dealing with a nuclear bomb and mass casualties. Yeah. The scale of death is where things get weird. Now, I'm just saying, there are people who are ideologically captured on Israel. I call them the Israel First people, and they are like, denounce Israel strikes on Iran, Tim. And I'm like, I don't care. U.S. involvement, and say the U.S. should not be involved in this.
Amen to
I
that.
don't know if you guys have also seen, there's articles going around that as far back as like the 1980s. Israel has been putting out headlines, Iran is close to a nuclear war within 5 years. Then there was like another one in 1995, like they're months away from an atomic bomb. And then like fast
Did
forward
you mean to
45
say
years,
police?
It's like the same headline over and over again. Just, hey, there's a nuclear war that's about, and we have to go in
Police.
there. To me, it just doesn't make
What do
sense.
you mean
because
police,
Israel,
Maru?
they've
What-
got
did you
so
mean to
many
say
different
something
war
else
fronts.
there?
They're going on in Syria, they're going on in Lebanon, they're going on in Yemen, they're going on in, they're still got Gaza to take care of. Why launch a new assault on Iran, knowing that the backlash? And then when I saw that they were getting that they had assaulted and done drone strikes in Iran, they're saying like, oh, now Israel is asking all its citizens to flee, into shelters because Iran's going to hit back. And I'm like, well, what did you expect was going to happen?
Well, you almost wonder if they knew that was going to happen and if they're using it as a casus belli.
And that Pentagon thing they got there, what's it called? That building that they have? It's a civilian military site, so it's like a human shield site. If it gets blown up, they're gonna be like, all the civilians that were there, and that's our
Pentagon is the same thing.
yeah, like the military's usually directed by the civilians in like most democracies.
This is the thing about this attacking Iran, claiming Iran's a big threat. In the late 70s, there was an Iranian revolution. The Shah, which was democratically...
Oh, you call... So the U.S., who was already talking with them off the edge. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean. So the U.S., who was already talking with them off the edge. Yeah, Maru, like, I'm not sure what you're trying to say with that.
The elected president of Iran got overthrown in suspectedly a CIA coup. The Israelis may have been involved, but they put in this radical religious sect, this Ayatollah Khomeini, this intensely radical Islamist, who's like the perfect enemy. And now they have an enemy to fight. It's similar with Hamas. The Israelis are apparently they propped up Hamas because they needed someone to fight against.
The United States didn't back the Shah. They backed the.
I think
they
what
backed the
happened
revolution.
is we overthrew the Shah and installed
Correct.
a democratic regime, which was then overthrown by the Islamic Revolution.
So even right now, we got a super chat, and with respect to Scott Thomas and your 64 months, seriously, wow, thank you very much. He says, stop
I am saying the U.S. was police in the Iran and Israeli situation, and the U.S. was in the middle of the talks when they struck first. Gotcha. Was the U.S. the police in that analogy, though?
Good night. Here we go. Good night. Nap.
You love tittying a nap.
Yeah.
It's like your favorite thing.
Good night.
Thank fucking Carter, you retarded asshole. That's funny. Yeah, Carter was. I think it's kind of a toss-up between Carter and Biden for worst president of all time, and it's really a hard pick. Ranger, if you're listening, maybe you can chime in on that one. You're better informed than I. I see him lurking in the lobby, but I don't know if he's actually actively titty in a nap bottle. Sun Tzu doesn't have a chapter on this one. It would be funny if Sun Tzu did have a chapter on titty in a nap.
For Israel, they had negotiations for Sunday. They could have waited, but decided to be the aggressor. And this is what I'm talking about. How is it simping for Israel to say the U.S. should not be involved in Middle Eastern conflicts? Because the U.S. should not, because I have to be anti-Israel.
You're not getting.
I'm as anti-Israel as I am anti-Burundi.
And not only that, but I think, this is something that my audience has been asking me is why does Israel keep announcing, why does the U.S. keep announcing that they're going to strike on Sunday? They're going to strike on Sunday. Why tell your enemy? But it's also public pressure, right? Because if now Israel can kind of go back and the U.S. can kind of go back and like, look, for months and for weeks we've been putting out, we need to strike a deal, we need to strike a deal. But you opened up the segment, Tim, with the fact that I guess Israel is admitting that this was all like a ruse, that the deals were actually just to like kind of deter Iran and kind of have its defenses down. So that's kind of a shocking revelation. The fact that it looks like Donald Trump is saying, yeah, we've been lying to Iran. So now I know there's a lot of people
lying to us.
All of us.
He told us that we weren't involved in this, and now it turns out we were.
So we got a video. It looks like somebody who was in the building that got hit filmed it. Check this out.
Okay.
Yo. Jeez. That's crazy.
Yeah, go, get out.
Or he's right next to the building that got hit.
I like that it's going back and forth between Hebrew and English.
Yeah.
He's cursing in English.
Right.
But he's in shock in Hebrew. Yeah.
Thanks for checking out this clip. You all there. War is gay. And that's true. That's a fact. We have this from the Pentagon Pizza Report. Freddy's Beach Bar, the closest gay bar to the Pentagon.
There's a particular problem in the Islamic world which people don't really talk about very much, but it's this.
Why do they hate us? Us, not just the Jewish people, but the West, United States of America. What is it about so much hate? Aren't we in the 21st century? Don't we open up our eyes and see the potential of being prosperous and maybe able to do something to change it?
Is that there's a deep failure of recognition of what it is in our societies that's worked. And I think we're at risk of killing the golden goose by saying the gold isn't golden enough. And the things that work in our society are very fundamental. What the founders of the Constitution realized. Maybe the only successful revolution in the world. They realized that things like freedom of conscience, freedom of speech were absolutely the bedrocks. And that if you didn't get them, then the rest could not follow. If you don't believe in freedom of expression, freedom of belief, freedom of worship, a whole set of other problems come. They essentially, as I see it, fall down to the fact that if you are in error, you cannot correct it.
If you are in an error, you cannot
correct it.
Unpack that.
So this is what John Stuart Mill, for instance, one of the great philosophers of liberty, unpacks in one of his most famous works, On Liberty. The free speech the necessity of free speech in a society comes about in part because if you are wrong, you need to know you're wrong. So, for instance, if you're doing the if you're running the economy and it's not working, instead of keeping on allowing it to not work, in a way, by the way, it just goes back slightly to the politicians issue. One of the reasons I'm interested in the way in which market people think is that it's very, very different to the way that politicians think. Politicians can see a wall and they drive towards it at the same speed or faster, and you say wall, 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 and then they hit.
Yeah.
A market guy, you say wall and they move. This is a very, very different instinct. Now, but to go back to this, the ability to correct yourself if you're in error is absolutely key. The lack of information that has been available in not all.
I've seen plenty of Douglas Murray content that has him in it, and I disagree. I do not think that Reginald has anything in common with Douglas Murray other than a country of origin. Douglas Murray is not rebellious, nor is he creatively spirited, nor is he anti-establishment, nor is he adventurous. To me, Douglas Murray is a very humdrum, by the numbers, status quo kind of a guy, kind of a thinker. Completely different from Reginald. When are we going to get to the gay genetics video? That's actually, we'll get to that. We have a couple videos that I want to cover first, but we'll actually pick that up tonight, Panda, after we get through the other couple of videos that are in the queue first. But I actually would like to get to that. That's my read, Liv. If I'm wrong, if you can point me to some Douglas Murray content where he's bucking the system, bucking the status quo, and speaking against the establishment, I'm very open to being proven wrong. But based on what I've seen, he seems to be very much a slob the knob of the establishment type. Do you really believe anti-establishment is necessarily good? Because if so, I have a bridge to sell you. Panda, shut the fuck up.
He's like, I'm trying to sound clever.
Right?
God. I heard someone say that today, and it sounded cool.
Carl Benjamin Rex Narinder with raw stats. She had no comeback. I have to wonder how much of Douglas you've heard, if that's your take. I've by no means watched hundreds of hours of his content, so like I said, I'm very open to being proven wrong. I'm not at all married to my opinion of him. But I will say you're gonna have an uphill battle, because recently his spat with that one comedian on Joe Rogan, he came off as very much I'm a Glock the Glizzy of the authority figures. That was a question, not a statement. How can a question be motivated by a desire to sound clever? How can a question be motivated by a desire to sound clever?
That was not a question.
It wasn't a question, first of all. Panda. Well, I mean, do you believe anti-establishment is necessarily good? That part is the question. But yeah, people ask questions for the sake of sounding clever all the time.
And adding, I have a bridge to sell you at the end of it, changes it from a question to a statement.
In practical terms, yes, but not essentially, we'll say. Good evening. The Rogan interview is all I've ever heard of him, and he instantly came off as a pseudo-intellectual. Yep. Agreed. Now, I don't think he is a pseudo-intellectual in actuality, but when your argument ultimately boils down to appeal to authority fallacy, you definitely come off that way. 100%.
But much of the Islamic world for many centuries has caused a deep stagnation in those societies. And as I see it, the oil-rich countries like Qatar and Saudi, although Saudi is interestingly pivoting at the moment, very successfully, really, they have been in the same situation that European monarchies were like in, let's say, the 14th, 15th, 16th centuries, which was they could not grow the economy. There was no such concept, really. You had resources, in those days, sheep and crops, as today the Gulf countries have oil. But that money was held by a small number of people, and there was just no other way of squeezing money from them other than squeezing them further in some form of taxation or invading a neighbor and taking their stuff. Much of the Muslim world, I think, has failed to grow in the way that the West has succeeded in growing in the last few centuries. I think one of the most important insights I've ever stumbled upon in my life in relation to that is there's a particular problem in the Islamic world which people don't really talk about very much, but it's this, that the Quran is meant to be the final revelation of God to man. The final revelation. There's none after it. And all the revelations that come before in the Abrahamic religions are part of Islam. If you are the recipients of the final word, and you are the followers of that word, and the followers of that prophet and that God, why is your society not working? And why are other societies working? I think this is a deep psychological problem within much.
Well, see, well, Mr. Murray, here's the problem with that framing. A Muslim would not agree with you that their societies are not working. Their birth rate is high. They have control of the same territories they've had control of for centuries. They're in control of those territories. They're arguably colonizing Europe. So by what metric are you saying Islamic societies don't work? You're using a Western liberal barometer to say that those societies aren't working. And by the way, I would agree with you that they're not working. A society rampant with pedophilia, your argument carries no weight with the people you're trying to have an argument with. Mr. Intellectual. He's not liberal at all? Really? Because all of the arguments and all of the verbiage I've heard him use personally, it sounds like he runs off of a classical liberalism philosophical framework. He might not be a leftist. He might be centrist or even right-leaning in his contemporary politics, but his philosophical framework, classical liberalism. Everything he said is classic liberal coded. He's tremendously well read, and his book, The Madness of Crowds, was a scathing indictment of the left. I honestly think you would like him if it weren't for the Rogan interview. I didn't even watch the whole Rogan interview. Like I said, I don't have some like deeply entrenched negative opinion of him. I would even argue overall he's probably a net good. I just have a lot of criticisms of him because I think in a lot of ways he's also doing bad. The Rogan interview made him look like an absolute idiot, and he was on there, in my opinion, defending things that no one has any business defending because it's perfectly legitimate to ask the question of, hey, what's with these discrepancies? Holocaust is the most sacred tragedy ever. Like, they're legitimate questions, and they have reasonable answers, by the way, but it's when you try to suppress the questions and shame people for asking them that the questions become more powerful. John Stuart Mill. That name is familiar. I haven't heard that name in a while. Yes. If I recall correctly, the first thing I do before leaving my car in a sketchy neighborhood. Fuck. Like, what is the point of half of that stupid shit she just did? Alright, anyways. And shock the country. It was a Star Wars. Perhaps, and while classical liberalism is mistaken, there are good points made by people who were considered in that tradition, like Milton Friedman and Friedrich Hayek as examples. Is it possible to presume that the more people like Murray work to shut down the question posed? Doesn't that suggest the questions are approaching truth? Not necessarily. I think that sometimes people who are acting... People who often are on the side of the truth forget that the truth doesn't need to be defended, necessarily. Sometimes the truth is self-evident. And if what you're defending really is the truth, then you should welcome discussion, and you should welcome the question, and you should discuss it with an air of, well, actually this, and actually this. And if you can't defend it without an appeal to authority fallacy, then you should go research your own truth. If you have to resort to an appeal to authority fallacy to defend what you see as the truth, then maybe you yourself should be... Do I ever appeal to authority when I'm asserting something? Have I ever appealed to an authority? So, that's just me. I think if you can't defend something without appealing to authority, you probably shouldn't be defending it. Right, so when they don't welcome the question, what does that say about their true motive? That's a good question, Pappy. What are you talking about, Liv? Are you going to actually articulate the thing, Liv, or are you just going to be like JMFC? Please summarize his philosophical contributions. Fucking A. This. Oh, okay. The fuck? Who's contacting me? Oh, it was a pro-Trump thing.
What?
That thing we saw on the corner, it was apparently it was a pro-Trump demonstration.
Oh. The stuff that was going on
Yep.
here. Okay.
Alright, utilitarianism. Mill refined Jeremy Bentham's utilitarian philosophy, which holds that actions are right if they promote the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Nope. Disagree with that. You can justify some really fucked up shit with that. So if that is an accurate summary, disagree with John Stuart Mill. He emphasized happiness as the ultimate moral goal, but his version of utilitarianism was more nuanced, focusing on long-term well-being. Okay. Mill articulated a foundational defense of individual freedom, proposed the harm principle, stating that the only justification for restricting an individual's liberty is to prevent harm to others. Social work, Mill's work, groundwork for modern liberal thought, emphasizing. Mill argued that free expression is vital for discovering truth, refining opinions through debate, and fostering intellectual growth. He believed even false or harmful ideas should be expressed, as their refutation strengthens truth and prevents dogma. This remains influential in debates. Yeah, this is the classical liberalism that I am referring to, Liv. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're done with that. I'm kind of curious what this is that Maru shared. How would you respond to this? What is the Milton Friedman advocate for libertarian economic methodology? How would I respond to that question?
% of London's social housing goes to immigrants. He doesn't shout about it. That's just how he rolls. He doesn't even flinch. Just reads the number straight off a government document. And what does Narendra say? That's a myth. No data, no denial with sources, just a facial expression and flat out dismissal.
But he's not getting state benefits.
He is.
He's come on a work visa.
No, hang on.
Without a work visa, if he's come over illegally, he won't get any benefits.
I'm not talking about illegals. I'm talking about legals. Right?
Okay, but then they've got a work visa.
No, but that's not the case, and we know this because 47% of London's social housing is going to immigrants. Right,
Let's talk about it all.
No. I really want to hammer on this point, right?
Okay.
So this is a categoric injustice, and some foreigner is taking your money to slack around in a house all day.
Who said they're slacking around in a house? Where's your proof on that? Where's your evidence on that?
Because they need social housing, right? If you're working hard, you don't need a social house.
But then you say that to the people who are born in this country as well, because
Yeah,
they're
I do
also
say
sat in
that.
social
I do
housing.
say that, but
then
there's a difference here.
What's the difference?
because they
Colour
are-
of skin?
They're British.
The hue of your...
They're British. It's not about hue, it's about lineage. Right? They don't come from somewhere else.
But okay, Carl.
Comes from someone else. He has a country, a family, a history, a lineage in a different country. And now he's arrived on our shores, and the British government...
help the economy. When they're working and they're working, they're
but he's not helping the economy if he's being given a social house.
Okay.
That is a drain on the economy.
That's also a myth.
It's not a myth.
The drain on this economy is also people born. You're saying, okay.
I'm not saying
okay, this is
people
what you're
born here
saying.
aren't a drain as well.
Okay, this is what you're
can
saying.
be.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now.
Right.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that actually there are people born in this country that also are a drain and a burden to our system, to our infrastructure, to etc. etc. But actually they're allowed because they're English.
We can't get rid of them.
Right. They're allowed because they're white.
No, they're allowed because the government's soft.
Right.
But
okay. But the Ahmed from wherever isn't allowed because he's a foreigner. Now let's take that argument back to the 1960s, 50s when my dad came over. They said the same then. And my dad paid his taxes.
Yeah,
my
but we
dad
didn't have a benefit system then like we do now.
They did. They used to say the exact same thing
Yeah, but
back
the
then.
benefit system is wildly inflated since the 50s.
Possibly, but then but back then they used to say
Possibly,
they're
no.
also a burden on
Oh
our
my
system.
God,
That
it's
one
almost
moment
100
triggered the
years
entire
since then,
meltdown,
woman.
and it's now going viral for exactly that reason. No one can really refute it. Then it gets worse for her. Cole drops another figure. 30% of the UK's prison...
There is a big difference, and even the Bible makes it clear that there is a difference between my brother being a drain on my household and being a burden to me, and some foreigner breaking into my house and demanding I take care of him. Like, even God acknowledges that there is a vast difference between those two things. I mean, even God. The final word, God says there's a difference. When I say even God, it's like, oh yeah, and even this guy. Like, that's not what I mean to say. No, like, God says there's a difference, therefore there is an essential difference. Can I get your thoughts on energy drinks? I like them. They're not good for you. Celsius, better than Red Bull. Celsius, better than Rockstar. Anything that has a lot of high fructose corn syrup or sugar in it, not good for you. But I like things that have sugar. I like things that have caffeine. If you want, like, here, you want a good energy drink? This is the best energy drink on the market as far as I can tell. These right here are ridiculously good for you, actually. Good formula. A pretty stiff dose of caffeine, so be ready for that. But a good formula, like genuinely healthy for you. Even the master of the universe. Do they cause cancer? No. No more than anything else causes cancer. The most carcinogenic thing about energy drinks in general is the can they come in. Drink cans have a plastic liner, and that plastic liner is probably carcinogenic. But guess what? So is the plastic bag that your vegetables come in. So unless you wash your vegetables, and by the way, unless you wash your vegetables with filtered water, you're not, and baking soda, your vegetables have crap on them that's carcinogenic. All of this to say is, look, if you're worried about your health, eat clean and work out. It's not the energy drink that's going to get you. Work out 4 times a week, hard, sweat your ass off, lift some heavy weights, do some cardio, drink a lot of water, filtered water, get some sunlight, and eat reasonably clean. You'll be fine. Okay? As a guy who's been doing the fitness and health thing for a decade, I've analyzed a lot of literature. I've listened to a lot of experts. I can boil a decade of health and fitness research down to that. If you work out hard 4 times a week, get 8,000 steps a day, get sunlight every day, drink half a gallon. If you're a guy, if you're a 6 foot tall dude, half a gallon of purified water a day, and eat a high protein, animal-based omnivorous diet, you're good. And avoid ultra processed food. Avoid excessive sugar intake. That's it. That's the magic recipe for a reasonably healthy life. Ha ha, D. Ha 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 ha. But to answer, I mean, I drink energy drinks all the time. I was drinking one earlier on stream. I had a Rockstar on stream. Like, I enjoy sugar. It's one of the reasons I work out so much, so I can have a slightly higher budget of garbage. Because I fucking love sugar. I can summarize the argument in chat, but it might take long. And the question in response to it, you're willing to, since I know you're critical of libertarianism. I'm very critical of libertarianism. What about instead of working out? Dude, nah, man, just summarize in a way that a layman, I'm lazy, but I want to understand you. Yeah, Panda, you know that I would rather... I really don't like it, Panda, when you tell me to grok something. Like, just ask me a question or ask for my thoughts on something. The only time, Panda, I want you to say, hey, can you grok this or Google it, is if you feel like you can't adequately explain it. If you genuinely feel like you can't give it an honest representation.
He cites it like a newsreader. No rage, no reaction, just beautiful facts. And again, Narinda says it's misleading. If it really was misleading, she'd have jumped on it with a correction, but she didn't. Why didn't she? She's just using it because her entire response is emotional and not factual. This isn't a debate.
I do need you to.
With brown skin, who's ever been convicted of a hate?
They've been convicted of many things.
But is that no? I asked.
I don't know. I don't know. Can we get the figures up? Maybe they have. I don't know.
I can't find it broken down by ethnicity, and the only ones I ever see.
It was decent.
Yes.
Did you catch any of it, Wolf? We watched. We got the tail end of it. Yeah, we watched the tail end of it. We had a guy. After the parade was done, we had a guy hop on to be a pain in the ass about it. Vel! Yeah, welcome in, Vel. Did you get banned on Twitch or something? Haven't seen you. Yeah, because we were streaming only on Twitch for a minute there. It's good to see you, dude. Yeah, Veldrain. God. Yeah, it's been so long since we saw you, dude. I hate to admit this, but I kind of forget a lot of what I probably knew about you, because it's been... I remember you used to be in here all the time, but it's like, fuck, I don't remember anything about this guy because it's been so long since I talked to him. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, so let me give you the quick rundown. In case, so, we moved. I have a kid. I'm the manager at a gym. Buy my book. That's kind of the main ones. I hope you're doing well, dude. It's been so long since we saw you.
It's okay.
And then had to go take care of a property. In what way, Wolf? Are you buying a property? Basically, Milton Friedman advocated for libertarian economics because he advocated for a Quinian Popperian pragmatic move from logical positivist emphasis on induction and realism. Okay, Panda, it'd be nice if you would use some punctuation. When you have a long thing like that, please use punctuation. So basically, what you're saying is Milton Friedman argued that libertarians have the best economic policy because insert these things. And what, you're asking for my opinion on that? The hotel I work at had the main pipe burst, so until that is fixed, I am out of work. I wrote, damn, that's still the case? I remember you told us about that when last I saw you.
English people.
Who are, then they shouldn't hate then.
No.
Then they shouldn't hate.
No, because what
then they shouldn't commit a crime.
What we shouldn't
so therefore
have.
You've got no faith in our justice system.
I don't know. It's
This
terrible.
broad is insufferable.
Because it seems to be racially targeted against the English. Right? We have literal laws.
There's no evidence of that, Cole. You
There
said
is
seems to be.
there's
no evidence on that.
Evidence
this
is where we
myth
derive that
immigrants are also doing crime, and these are all myths. There's no ethnicity
They are
commits
not
more
myths
crime than
at
the
all.
other. No ethnicity in this country commits more crime than the other.
Why would you
they
say that?
don't?
Why would you
because
say
there's
that?
no evidence to prove that brown people commit more crime.
What evidence would you look for?
What do you mean?
What would be evidence that there's a difference in criminality between ethnicities?
Because there's sorry, explain that. What do you mean?
like
When
if
you say evidence in
you
reports or do you mean statistics?
Yeah, statistics. Like if you were looking for statistics to suggest that one ethnic group was more prone to commit criminal acts than another, what kind of statistics would you look for?
Well,
Well, Panda, first I would have to know more about Paparian and Quinian, the foundation there. Move away from inductivist foundationalism to pragmatism. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know much about it or anything, if I'm being honest, about inductivist foundationalism, with his view that libertarian economic theories have the most. Or do you disagree with his view that libertarian economic theories have the most useful predictive power? I will say, here's what I can say about libertarian economics. They seem to work. Like, based on the empirical evidence we're getting out of Argentina, libertarian economics seem to work. That's the shitty one. What's the, Panda, help me out here. The president of Argentina, what school of economics does he follow? Panda, I love how rich your vocabulary, however your response is so technical that most people can't engage with it. Exactly, Liv. Austrian school, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Austrian school economics are demonstrating themselves, and I think that Austrian school economics with reasonable market restrictions, such as, hey, you can't sell people poison, and hey, you can't fuck people over deliberately just because they signed the dotted line. You know, reasonable restrictions. That's what I have to say about libertarian economics. I hope that answers your question, Panda. You're giving me so much, like Liv said, dense vocabulary, and it's not quite esoteric, but it niche. You're giving me so many niche terms and niche background references that I don't even know half of what you're fucking talking about, because I don't nerd out on the philosophical stuff like you do. At least not that branch. When I nerd out on philosophical stuff, it's the history of theology and the history of symbolism and the greater implications of spiritual symbolism. And I'm also not good with. I need to get better about reading some of the big names. Libertarianism is great. Just mix in some fascist moderation and functions fine, even though that's not really gross, Veldrain. Gross. And again, Panda, I don't know enough about Friedman's. It's hard for me to say no, Wolf. I have Jordan's book, Maps of Meaning, that I really need to get to. And for that matter, I have Peterson Academy, which I really need to get back to diving into those courses.
The government official statistics,
Yeah, but
what I've been looking
but
for.
what kind of statistics? What would it show? Prison population, maybe?
Veldrain, it's not fascism to put reasonable restrictions on the market or to have constraints on the market that benefit the native population. You don't need to call it fascism. Stop calling everything good fascism, because no, like, we're not doing that here. Like, stop it.
Yeah, come on then. You tell me. I don't know.
Then it's definitely that some ethnicities commit more crimes than others.
No.
Muslims and
Yeah,
blacks
you
are
can't see
massively
Veldrain in
overrepresented
Twitch
prisons.
chat because he's not in Twitch chat.
White people are overrepresented in prisons.
No, they're underrepresented.
I don't know. That's not true, Carl.
It is absolutely
None
true.
of this is true.
No, it's
you are just
absolutely
making
true.
up things.
I'm not
This
making
is
up
not
anything.
true. Are you
Why would I
saying?
make it up?
Are you saying our prisons are actually a majority black and brown people?
Why does it have to be majority?
No.
Why does it have to be
But
majority?
then what is it then?
Well, it's something like 30% black. But they're
Right.
like-
Okay. So then it's not. So therefore, it's still more white people.
yeah, but this is per capita.
Obviously.
But out of a population of 3.
Vel, you know me. I'm not a lefty either. I'm about as far from a lefty as you can imagine. And I'm telling you, fascism is undeniably a negative. I don't think fascism is the worst thing imaginable, but fascism is not good. There is a way to do that, Panda, but I ain't doing all that. It's literally showing up on the screen. Just read the chat on the screen. Ow, ow, ow.
percent black. If the prison population is 30% black, it should be 3% black to be accurately represented, right?
You said it's 30%. I need to see that. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all. Maybe a
Yes,
prison
Vel, I
where
did
there's
hear about
more-
that.
But Muslims as well are also massively
And so are white
overrepresented.
people, and so
No,
are
no, no,
white,
no, no,
as
but
they should
listen,
be, because
no,
we are a majority white country.
Yeah, but white people are not. They're underrepresented in the prisons.
No.
It is the case. But the thing is, why wouldn't it be the case? Like, what are you appealing to?
Because what I'm saying to you is because we're a majority white country.
Yeah, but when you say there's
Obviously, we're a
you
majority
said
white
there's no
country.
difference. Why would there be no difference
What do you mean, no difference in the...
in the criminality rates
yes.
of different ethnic groups? Why would there be no difference?
Because there is, because we can't target. There's no proof to target that black or brown people commit more crime. There's absolutely no
absolutely
evidence to that. No, there's
course there
not.
is.
There's absolutely no evidence.
Look at the stabbings.
Absolutely
Look
not.
at stabbings, right? Like black teenagers are massive
things.
Yeah, of course.
So
you
then
do.
therefore let's. You got to keep it. Like,
Per capita remains undefeated, guys. This... Oh, my God. This lady. I don't know how Carl is keeping his cool interacting with his bride. Like, holy shit, dude.
It would appear the heavens have opened.
I was hoping.
It wasn't Hot Fuzz, but did you all see the zombie movie with this guy? Did you see it?
Was it Shaun of the Dead?
Was it Shaun of the Dead?
I think it was Shaun of the Dead.
He was running around with a cricket bat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hoping to check in.
Check in? But you've always been here.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were my husband. You must be Sergeant Angel.
Yes, I am.
I'm Joyce Cooper. I trust you had a pleasant trip. Fascist.
I beg your pardon.
System of government characterized by extreme dictatorship. 7 across.
Oh, I see. It's fascism.
Fascism. Wonderful. Now we've put you in the castle suite. Bernard will escort you up there.
Well, it's 12 down.
Oh, bless you.
Yep.
I beg your pardon. It was, from what I understand. I don't think I saw Hot Fuzz. I did see Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead was very enjoyable. I find it ridiculous when women defend mass immigration to Western countries because they are some of the most impacted victims. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it really is kind of uncanny when you look at what modern women are advocating for. It's widely their own destruction and subjugation. I can't remember if I've seen Hot Fuzz or not. Like I said, I saw Shaun of the Dead, and Shaun of the Dead was very good.
Yeah, but even when you break down the data...
In
by
London,
this-
maybe,
No, but it's
but
everywhere.
not in Newcastle, Manchester. Then you've got white crime. Then you've got white knife crime.
I appreciate that, but the amount of it per capita is lower, right? So this, but no.
Paul, I just feel, look, I want to have,
Here's the contradiction. They say Britain's housing
capita
crisis is about
undefeated.
poverty. Then they admit
Hey,
half
Lando.
of the locations go to foreign nationals.
Why is it people have such a hard time with that word?
What?
Per capita.
It's 2 words.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Most women are easy to manipulate emotionally. Facts. That's how evolution made them, to feel pity and care for the weak. Media presents them some crying children or starving blacks, and they are triggered. Facts. Dude, we're not watching a bunch of Hot Fuzz clips. Then world ends to finish the trilogy. I agree, there is some statistical, but I believe it's more social by leftism than evolutionary psychology in the modern context, because women throughout history were much more conservative than they are nowadays. Well, I mean, yeah, social conditioning is definitely a part of it, but that social conditioning is exploiting genetic inclination. That's the point Lando is making. Your boy Cheech. Sup, boy?
Hello.
I hope you're having a good day on the adventure. The grand adventure that we call life.
Yep.
If you like to read epic fantasy, I'm an author. You can check out my book. If not, that's cool too. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day.
And here we have it from the Council on Foreign Relations.org. What is the liberal world order?
Set up in what, 47, 49? Right
From
after
natural
World War II. like you said.
disasters to deadly diseases to wars, the world can be a turbulent, even chaotic place. But around 75 years ago, a new system was imagined to temper this turbulence and improve the lives of many.
What's the difference between an oral and a rectal thermometer?
The taste, honey.
Honey, why did you marry me?
Because you're really funny.
I thought it was because I'm good in bed.
See? You're hilarious.
My wife said she wasn't going to talk to me for a month. Maybe some peace and quiet? Yeah, but today's the last day.
It seems like you have a phobia.
These are dad jokes, is what these are. It's
Diary.
It kills them.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
the You live in the Memphis area. You live in the Memphis area.
They just have tiny clothes.
Hours. I didn't even know she sold.
Done. They just have tiny clothes.
Hours. I didn't even know she sold.
Done. You have no more wishes. But you have no more wishes.
But you should use both. You'd probably
Parents. We are your biological parents.
One photo.
You should use both. You'd probably
Parents.
We are your biological parents.
One photo.
This is such a waste of our money.
Well, I think you should look at the bigger picture here. Ever since I needed a wheelchair, Dad, I needed a wheelchair, Dad.
Spanish recently.
Yeah, it's. I need
Spanish recently.
Yeah, it's.
I need to come anymore because of
An appointment, please.
If you won the lottery.
An appointment, please.
If you won the lottery.
Hey, honey. Hey, honey.
What's your greatest?
Look at my state.
What's your greatest?
Look at my state.
Bedtime.
Gracious.
Bedtime.
Gracious. Great.
Country to be democratic and to rules, even if country to be democratic and to rules, even if some.
I'm saying, and look at what it says. It says right there after World War there. And by the way, you know, I mean, you know, like, or what was
it was multipolar. So after World War, military-industrial complex, they called a new world order. They set up Israel. They instantiated Israel, and the mandate for Palestine. What it's going to be. So
you know where they were in the United States, it created a massive backlash. Combination of powerful interests saying, okay, let's roll with it.
But AI slop. I definitely think that the universe is rarely so emerging right around the time that subsequent
skyrocketed in every single newspaper. Across many of these countries, including Europe and the United States.
Making them gay? And then they're like, want less
population. There would eventually come to be too many people, so they had Jesus to discourage sex growth and things like to do whatever they could, believing that there would eventually come to be too many people, and so one of the strategies is to what is that?
It was a medieval heresy of the church that elf does not have to be evil, so they encouraged people to massacred about 7,000.
Let me play a little bit more of this liberal world order stuff.
Probably.
Respect the borders of other countries and seek aid disasters of the first half of the 20th century. States, along with several other countries, started national institutions. The United Nations and the International Monetary Fund and the aid between countries. While these institutions...
Let's fathers eat free. I am very bitter, and they had us in the first half. Not gonna be. The No Kings Pro. Every country will always have its useless. Something. Be good to the poor, take care of the poor. Does our on imported goods according to the Murray. No.
We're gonna do what we want, and you better do it too, or we'll end up having revolutions. It's a crazy.
With the liberal economic order, and the reason it didn't work in totality was because in the Soviet Union, shattering it and making it a 40s had their own revolution against this. The British, the agents making them agrarian, basically. The Chinese rose up again. The British and the French went in. It's communist revolution. We're not going to put up with it all. I mean, this war is still going. They want to create brain drain in the United States, so we can't industrialize.
The population is relatively small compared to their land mass.
But maybe like. It's not the time.
I think that way too, where it's like, man, Russia's like this big threat, and then I talk about like the oncoming war and what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. To be like, hey, we're storming beaches again. We're dropping off all these Ukraine just did to Russia with stuff already. And there was a car out of here, and just for a split second, that she knows police in LA, and I captured it.
There will be an attack on Americans from some kind of Iranian actor.
Iranian actor?
Yeah.
The next week or two?
Or that's what it would be told to us, you mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like that's going to be like the headline?
No. I didn't speculate anything beyond.
Okay.
There's going to be. So who wants to take that bet that it would not happen?
in the next week or two. I'm tempted just because it's such a short time window.
Considering that Israel is bombing Iran right now.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not.
For the warmonger interests, they need only that tinder that has been laid for years to be ignited, which is, we have been told because of Joe Biden that there are Iranian-backed influences, insurgents, and terrorists who have entered the United States. And what would happen now if a bomb went off in a U.S. city and they said it was a guy who came through the border and is Iranian? MAGA would immediately say, this proves it. We were right the whole time. Joe Biden did this. Iran is at fault and attacked us. Now we have to go to war.
The only way.
I'm just saying, if there really is an interest in the U.S. getting involved in the war, the tinder has been set.
There has to be an attack.
I discussed this with Secretary Noem. Are there terrorists at the southern border? Absolutely. Joe Biden left it open. So now the narrative is already planted and the logic is there. Should an attack happen, it's 2 plus 2. It's, we knew they came in. It's been a big problem. It's why we wanted the border secured. It's Biden's fault, and Trump is the hero who's going to rectify it.
Well, I don't know if you.
I just committed deicide. Where should I hide the body? So you killed a god? Not sure what to say to that. Cringe. Anyways, welcome in, I guess. Hope you're having a good day. You wish. Well, at least you think you wish.
You guys remember that video of there was an independent journalist that was filming down at the border under President Biden, and there was this guy. He might have had like an Arabian accent. I'm not really sure, but he was telling the videographer, he's like, "Oh, you don't know who I am? Don't worry. Pretty soon you'll know who I am." You remember that video?
Yes, I remember.
Right? So he was warning the Americans because he knew, he was like, "Hey, I'm going to post you. I've got your face. I'm going to post you." And the guy was kind of like egging him on. He's like, "Oh, do you know who I am?" And the videographer's like, "No, I have no idea." He's like, "Pretty soon, you and your people are going to know. No King's Day tomorrow." I'm getting from sources that we got LAPD sources texting me. People that work in these offices saying we're going to be completely overwhelmed tomorrow. We don't have enough manpower for even just the small cities, let alone the big proper LA proper in downtown LA.
Let's set aside any even conspiratorial thinking on this matter. Iran is pissed. They're threatening retaliation against the United States for our involvement.
I wonder if there's going to be there probably will be one in Memphis. A No Kings protest.
In the Israel-Iran war, and we are supposed to have millions of people marching in the streets tomorrow across the country.
Yep.
That is a perfect opportunity for our enemies, in all seriousness. Now, I don't think it's
that stupid. They are.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this earlier, and I was thinking, I mentioned this in one of the morning segments. How come criminals get caught so stupidly? And I'm like, oh, because if they
Java. Look, man. I'm sure you're a perfectly nice guy. But you're being cringe as hell. I've looked into the void. I found it wanting. Honestly, it was a terribly boring place. Very depressing. Lots of screaming that you can't hear, paradoxically enough. If this is the best you got, mosey on somewhere else. I've seen far too much cringe in the past day. Right, Airshot? They are just bombing the fuck out of Iran. That's right, you're gonna no clip through the map if you don't do. That's nice. It still has some interesting characters. Oh god, he's one of these people. Free speech doesn't mean I have to listen to you. Living in Washington does count as living in the void. I mean, yes, but that's not what I'm referencing. Exactly, this is Twitch, not the US government. You have free speech in the country, not in my community. I afford the overwhelming majority of people free speech in my community because I do believe in free speech as a principle. But if you get cringy enough, I will time your ass out for an extended period of time.
They were smart, they wouldn't be criminals. They'd make money in a relatively easy way. Iran is in the position they're in because they're not that smart.
That's fair.
You know, so but also people are,
It's all the goat fucking.
they may be thinking, you know what? We're gonna lose, but who cares? We're gonna make sure the world hears us. It's like that. Let's do a pop culture reference. When Ivan Vanko says to Tony Stark at the beginning of Iron Man 2, when you make
Who deleted the fleshlight comment? That was actually kind of funny. Whoever deleted that, you didn't need to delete that. First I see preachers that want to bring back the Satanic Panic and Pearl Clutch over Metallica, and now I see this shit, right?
Yeah.
God bleed, the sharks will come. There are people that know. I mean, these are people who kill themselves. They will not see the fruits of their attack. So I wouldn't put it past Iran to actually say, let's take the opportunity to attack Americans. However, that being said, my point is I also believe I wouldn't put it past U.S. intel to be like, this is a perfect opportunity to false flag Iran.
Yeah.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Subscribe to this channel, and we will see you all there.
I guess, Wolf.
What was and called Panda a bundle of sticks all the time?
I like that guy.
Yes. I want to say his handle started with a K. Did it start with a K?
I don't think so. No, that was not
No,
Glock.
that was not Glock. No. No. He had a very thick,
A very thick Finnish accent.
Yeah.
Not the same guy, Panda.
No. Not
What
the same guy at
It
all.
seems like the
But yeah.
motivation for leftists defending Islam is that Muslims are mostly brown, but most brown people globally are Christian, to my understanding, and yet they attack Christianity. Yeah, because it's not secretly about being on the side of brown people. It's actually really about being against God. But a lot of even they largely don't understand that. Asmongold decided to go full-on political with his streams, and it has caused the far left to crash out, especially Hassan. Ha! Funny.
It's significantly smaller than majority percentage. Kind of elephant in the room, how much of this is nature? We know it's significantly smaller than
Massive study finds no single genetic cause of same-sex behavior. Analysis of 500,000 people suggests genetics have a limited contribution to sexual orientation.
majority percentage.
What are those environmental factors?
I'm going to explain some that both relate to my own story, but also to the stories of hundreds of other men and people I know and clients I've worked with. And I'm going to share with you that the church has not been silent on this either.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Lila Rose podcast. Today we're going to be sitting down with Michael Gasparo, who is a licensed marriage and family therapist. He has an incredible personal story and he does some really incredible work in Los Angeles. Quick content warning here. We're going to be talking about some issues that might not be appropriate for younger audiences. So if you're a mom or dad or you're in a car with young ones, there's that content warning for you. This might be something to listen to when kids are not in the car. It's not going to get graphic, but the
Things that are good, which overwhelmingly these days is alternative music and rock.
These are serious themes having to do with same-sex attraction and other sexuality issues. Michael Gasparo, welcome to the podcast.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
I'm really glad you're here. There's a lot to talk about with you, and let's start with your background. You've got a clinical background, you've got a musical background, but tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I grew up singing. I love music.
An
and I
archie?
grew up.
What exactly is an archie? Now I gotta Google this. Okay. I sound like an archie? No, the fuck I don't. You fucking kidding me? Caitlin. Do I in the least sound like I'm from fucking Arkansas? Nick, welcome to the adventure. I hope you're having a fantastic evening. You very well. I wonder what Fox Warrior... Hang on, we're gonna... So apparently Fox Warrior streams. Let's go and check out his stream really quick. Oh, damn. 8.2k follows.
Great. It's
Well, they're like,
okay.
oh,
My
this
stream.
forehead, like you can go ice skating on this bed. It's not cute. No, it's not funny. I want a bed.
Abandoned politics is no longer abandoned. That is
shit.
correct.
No.
Jesus
You know, you gotta
Christ.
show the audience ass too.
That is correct. We're streaming on it right now.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
respect that. I love Australia. Australia's a good place.
I love Australia too.
I mean, you know, the United States is alright, but Australia's pretty cool.
I would love to live in America.
What part of America?
Because I have like
So it looks like Fox Warrior streams chatting and hanging out with people and maybe goes on adventures because it looks like there's some IRL streaming. So there you go. Well, dude, if you see Airshot, comments help me in the algorithm, man. If you're watching the content, leave a comment, bro. It really does help. Like, leave a comment, drop a like. It really helps. I'm trying to resurrect that channel and hopefully get it to start growing again. So. By the way, Airshot, how's the video game stuff coming? You still working on that? About that for a while, dude. You've been that sure. I got elected as the tow truck. Now we'll tow all that. Of course it helps, man. Every little bit helps. But yeah, everyone, the politics channel, trying to be a better Christian and making other people better Christians, making people Christians in general. So if you're not already, go follow the channel. Help us out.
I want to look at within myself and how I can share my gifts with others. So I went back to school and I became a therapist. So now I'm a licensed
You can call me Mr. Adventurous or Zach.
marriage and family therapist in California and a licensed professional clinical counselor. And I have my own therapy practice where
I'll also answer to Dolge, or the Mad Wolf, or the Mad Bard. I left a comment on it's a bit goofy, but hopefully you appreciate.
I do professional counseling.
Awesome. And one of the things that you focus on in your practice, which is sadly controversial, especially in a state like California, is helping and assisting those who are experiencing same-sex attraction. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, I work with a lot of men in particular, so I can work with men, women, and other adults on this topic, but I mostly focus on work with men. And a lot of men from even a diverse religious background, actually. So I work with Muslim men, Christian men, and a lot of Catholic men. But people often, for this particular issue with unwanted same-sex attractions, they don't identify as gay, but they have some kind of sexual confusion or a sense of that their sexual feelings don't match up with their highest goals for their life or their integrated sense of self or religious identity. So they seek professional counseling to try to understand a little bit better what might be contributing to the emergence of those feelings and behaviors and how to better respond.
Stormy, welcome to the stream. I want you to know that you're the viewer that this stream needs right now. I'm Batman.
To them and potentially explore healing underlying factors which may be contributing to them, so they may be more free for morality, free for the good in their life.
So already that term you used, unwanted sexual same-sex attraction, because I think a lot of people might hear same-sex attraction in the culture and think, well, that's the way you're born, you're wired that way, and if you don't act out on your attractions and pursue whatever that lifestyle may be or that.
I mean, I don't go by... Listen, Zach doesn't go by either of those things. He doesn't even look even a little bit like Kid Rock. So, I really don't know what you're talking about with that one. More like Jason Momoa, kind of like if Chad Kroeger and Jason Momoa. My name is Jeff.
His name is Jeff. Identity is pushing yourself or hurting yourself. What would you say to that, and help me understand more this idea, or help share with the audience more of this idea of unwanted?
And the game stuff is something I'm still looking at. Really want to get something finished and out of the way. But I'm in that stage of early creator syndrome. I'm not sure if you've experienced this, but I start things only to lose passion and feel like I'm not good enough. I've only started really finding my writing voice for a year and a half now. I'm definitely struggling with being overly critical of myself. I don't have that issue with creative endeavors. I've had that issue with a lot of practical endeavors. Oh, this is hard, I don't know what I'm doing, give up issue. I mostly have that with practical matters. But I'm really trying to stick with a couple now. I was watching someone's stream last night and was like, I miss Zach. Aw, thank you, Stormy. Can't wait for next spring. I can feed my own chicken coop and getting some chickens. I want to get some chickens someday. I want to do it once I have a nice big yard. I can actually build them a pretty nice, good size enclosure.
Yeah, have a good amount of meat and egg birds.
Have you heard about the Astro World tragedy? I have not. Watching a Grumble stream is great, but I love Zach streams with a side of Grumble. Mainstream science, it's genetic science as compared to real science.
Oh.
Reminds me of another brick in the wall. All in all, you're just another dick with no balls. Writing and editing are more or less the main things I'm focused on, as I'm more experienced with those.
Oh my god.
No, Stormy is Stormy is a Twitch native. I don't think she was over on YouTube at all. Try so I pretty much have it ready for me when I have the money to spend it.
Yeah. I believe a Shushu stream.
No, it wasn't a Shushu. No one can remember me. Solipsism. that feels like a hip hop verse. No one can remember me. Solipsism. 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 Why are enunciations so hard lately? Maybe I had a stroke and didn't realize it.
You have butthole worms.
Rapping, Cartoonese, and Travis Scott. I have no idea what Cartoonese is. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I wanted to really quickly pray for Java Man because I think he has demons up his butt. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Holy Spirit, I think that this Java character is an afflicted troll who needs good things in his life. I think that he is in need of someone to be good to him, and that he's quite lonely and broken. And so, Lord, if you can deliver to him a demonstration of your light and love and mercy on behalf of the adventure, Lord, we would be grateful. Show him your goodness, Lord, that he may turn his heart to you and be a witness for others. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, we pray. Amen. Only my mind exists and no one else. Everyone is a figment of my imagination. Literally, that's one of my greatest fears. Solipsism is a thing that I dread is maybe the reality.
Yeah.
It appears Java fucked off. Ah, well.
Sexual attraction is
Guess he
fluid,
got bored.
and it is not something you're born with. And the American Psychological Association, which is the largest body of psychologists in the world, on their frequently asked questions section of LGBTQ issues, say in their own words, there is no scientific consensus on the origin or development of same-sex attraction. This is a liberal, progressive organization. Then they go on to say most people believe some complex combination of nature and nurture contribute to the emergence of what they call LGBTQ orientations, which is a phrasing that I would even take issue with, but the complex combination of nature and nurture seems to fit very much in line with what the church has said over many decades on this topic. And further, the saddest part is they then go on to make a moral claim. The APA then goes on to say that it is normal and healthy. That's a philosophical claim. That's a moral claim. So we have the right as Catholics to make our own philosophical and moral claim, or Christians, or Muslims, by the way, or Jews, or every major world religion which makes similar claims to ours, which is that our orientation is really male or female, and it is an identity we are bestowed by the God who loves us, and that our...
I'm here for the unlawful assembly. Yeah, I have my peaceful rock slings and gas masks. Sup, dude? Welcome in.
Jeffrey. With a G.
CRC events. I don't know about 99% nurture, but I do think that it's at an absolute minimum 51%. Bricks of peace. Don't forget those hefty cinder blocks of justice. You know, the heavy fuckers with the 2 holes.
Yep.
I remember one time there was an out of business warehouse store next to the Walmart I worked at. And one day on my lunch break, I got bored, so I decided to dick around the abandoned building and just went in. And I'm dicking around in there. And for some reason, there's a pallet of cinder blocks in there. So what do? Later that night, I brought my truck and I stole them. A fucking pallet of cinder blocks. Probably like at least $500 worth of cinder blocks just on this pallet. Why?
Yeah.
Because $500 of free cinder blocks. And by the way, my family ended up using those cinder blocks.
Okay.
We have a storage shed sitting on them now. They were sitting around the yard for years, though. Looking back, I'm not even sure. I question whether it was even morally wrong, too, because it's like it was an abandoned building. God knows how long they'd been in there.
Right.
At this point, I'm more interested in fiction that was how things were before Ghostbusters 2016 fucked with the culture and made everything political. Fixing entertainment is something I care about a lot.
Yep.
Well, if fixing entertainment is something you care about a lot, then you should be 100% doing everything you can to help Adventurous Publications get off its feet, because that's literally our core mission.
Yep.
The core mission of Adventurous Publications is to resurrect Western art.
Tensions rise as Donald Trump sends the military in to commit an active genocide against a belated but mostly peaceful Cinco de Mayo celebration. We go live now to our reporter on the ground. I'm here in LA, where there's a mostly peaceful demonstration of people gathering to celebrate the rich cultural heritage of low-cost labor. We haven't seen anything this docile since the Floyd family block parties of 2020. Is there any...
I'd love to financially support your work whenever you publish it again. Well, I sincerely appreciate that, Airshot. I mean, I don't know if you've bought my first novel yet. My first novel is available. And the second novel is available. And I'm working on the third.
chance there will be has just escalated from mostly peaceful to tremendously tranquil. Wow. Is there any risk of this becoming gargantuanly gentle? In fact, we've skipped right past that as the LAPD are now reclassifying the demonstration as staggeringly serene. Wow, truly a colossally calm gathering here. It looks as if things have taken a turn towards superlatively harmonious. Overwhelmingly placid.
You've been lagging pretty bad for a while on my end, but I can hear you now. What was your answer to my previous question? Panda, I don't even remember. That was at least 10 minutes ago. Are you fucking kidding me?
Did you even answer the question?
I can't remember. It was fucking... I don't even remember what it was. Can you rap about Sigma vampires eating toenails in the moonlight? If you redeem it... That's not my fault, Panda, and that doesn't mean that has nothing to do with whether or not I remember your question. You already did. Oh, I didn't see it, dude. I don't see, for some reason, this chat does not, when I'm in the, when I am in the multi-stream chat, it does not show me redeems. Rap and... Okay, no, you redeemed freestyle rap. You did not say when you redeemed it, what it was about. Rapping, you said rapping Cartonese. I know who Travis Scott is. Well, I know of him. I don't really know much about him. But what the fuck is Cartonese? It was whether you've been paying attention to the CRC church excommunications. Oh, no, I haven't. Sigma vampires eating toenails in the moonlight. Ignore that and rap about this. Can you rap about Sigma eating toenails in the moonlight? What the fuck? I know, right? Alright, after this I'll put a beat on.
Outrageously amicable. Our on-the-ground reporter seems to have lost connection with the mortal world. No worries, our in-house necromancer is here to get us back up and running. Have you found him yet?
I'm on it.
We go dead to our reporter underground.
Accurate.
That was Chaz resting mostly in peace.
Alright. We're gonna do this rap really quick, and then we are going to savor the sweet comedic stylings of a Freedom Tunes Chiron. But first, we have to rap about this retarded shit. I'm so tempted to get rid of that redeem.
Well, yeah, because people never do it for anything fun. They always do it for retarded shit.
For absolutely retarded shit. Like, excessively retarded shit. Okay. Sucking on toes, get with these hoes in the moonlight, you already know. Yeah, they call me Sigma, cause I'm sucking on these toes. Yeah, get the fungus out from under the nail bed, while my main chick on her knees giving me head. Yeah, you already know this is how I roll. I'm the sickest ever with that fungus cream, and I blow stacks out my A pipe. Yeah, out my A pipe. A frame running right. Drill tight beat with the baby on the track, and you know I got fat stacks of that fungus and rap. Yeah, cause the toes I like extra cheesy, and you know that I like them super greasy. Yeah. Toe fungus. I survive off it. Bars. Ask for retarded subject matter, get retarded bars.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Play retarded games, win retarded prizes.
I spent it, so I can't say don't. That's not how it works. That's not how that works, Z. Don't tell me how to rap. Okay, you redeem the rap, I choose which things in the rap. Like, no. Like, you don't get to constantly adjust. No. A+, you did the most with such a retarded subject.
always doing the most out here.
I live doing the most. I'm a do the most kind of person.
Man of extremes.
I really am. Intrinsically.
Yep.
Expert historian explains that Hitler famously prevented Nike
stores from being looted. And other facts about the surprisingly fascist history of being anti-riot. Tonight at 7, Trump undoes Biden-era reclassification of illegal alien to friend we haven't made yet on all federal documents. Left-wing strategist slams GOP's harebrained scheme to deport protesters. We can't send all of them back home. There just isn't enough room in Maryland. Friend we haven't made yet engages in undocumented administering of capital punishment to a family of 5. White people have always been a minority in California, according to a recent survey of nation's top Netflix viewers. Yeah.
Freedom Tunes Chirons are fire.
Yes.
For your book, is it Barnes & Nobles? Yep. Yep, it is indeed Barnes & Nobles. I mean, it's not hard to find. You literally just Google my name. Oh, shit. We have our first comment from X. Mr. Fred Long. At work, so Twitter is the move. Bet. What are you doing for work these days? Didn't know you'd gotten a job.
Hello.
But yes, Barnes & Nobles.
She is sleeping so hard, man.
Aw. You should turn her a little bit so the light.
Yeah.
The light. There we go.
Yeah, she didn't want to be in there. Because she was in there, she would have stopped fussing. So.
Oh, little Pudge. You want to be close to mommy and daddy?
Yeah.
Little Pudgy Raven.
I can't believe her feet are already all the way out here. How did she get so big so fast?
Aw, thank you, Fred. / Rev. Then I'll definitely do my part when I'm able to. Already supported. Ripperverse, so I'll help you make Western entertainment great again. Ripperverse. I'm not sure what that is. Ripperverse.
Ripperverse. Cause the way you sent. Ooh. Ripperverse. Okay. Was ist dies? Was ist dies? Cool.
Looks like nerd shit.
Yep.
I hope they're successful.
Yep.
Responsibility and gift and opportunity is to receive that and to express it according to his designs for our body.
Do you think that's a message not just for people who believe in a God, but it can be a
Oh
message
my
for
God.
anyone?
Caitlin,
What?
look.
It's a sign. Even though it's not spelled correctly, but that's okay.
That is wild.
Isn't that?
It's the male equivalent of the name.
Yeah.
That is fucking wild.
Because usually it's spelled with a U. But, yeah.
That is...
Isn't that crazy?
That's wild.
Wowee.
In Eric July's comic. It's Eric July. I have no idea who that is. Yeah, comics absolutely did get fucking anally reamed by the woke shit.
Yeah.
Which is weird. Because, like... How?
Right.
But,
Yeah, 'cause when they came for our the stuff in our backyard, they
These major world religions, and Muslims see you, and evangelical Christians,
Eric
Catholic
July.
Christians, but what about someone
Of goodwill can be very open to the type of truths we're talking about here today. Because as I know, we're both Catholic, but at Good Friday service, for instance, we pray for people who are Catholic, people who are Christians, people who are of other religions, people who believe in God, and people of goodwill, in those Good Friday intercessions. And being of goodwill, I think in my mind, means receptivity to truth. And the truth that we're talking about is built into the natural order of biological design and of human flourishing. So I think even if you're not religious, a lot of these things we're discussing can reveal truth about ourselves and about society that are very freeing and help with human flourishing, I think.
I think that's great. I think it's a great answer. There's a lot to get into here, and we're going to go all into it. And it's, again, it's such an important topic because for so many reasons, this affects a lot of people, family, friends, loved ones. And then it's obviously become a hotly contested political, social, cultural issue. The whole gamut of sexuality issues. It's in the news. It's debated. It's discussed. But I want to start with your background more, because you said you were really musical, you were into music, that was a passion of yours, and then you felt this calling to become a therapist, and now this is part of your expertise, is helping those with same-sex attraction. What inspired that?
When I was growing up, in around middle school, is when I started noticing I had same-sex attraction myself. And we're a similar age, and that was an era where, different than today, I will say it was not something that was really celebrated. It was scary, it was confusing, because it was still kind of considered taboo to discuss these things. And shortly after some of those issues of mine began emerging in compulsive behaviors I was struggling with, I had very incredible encounters with Jesus, particularly in the Eucharist. So if your listeners are Catholic, it's funny because the experience I had in the Eucharist as a freshman in high school came at a time. Sorry, it's a lot to process, but it came at a time when I was most resistant to even the idea of what Eucharistic adoration was, or what our uniqueness as Catholics meant, because I was raised in the Bible Belt, and there was a lot of influence from my friends and family that made me kind of minimize some of the Catholic beliefs and understandings of the Eucharist and why we do adoration. And in adoration, Jesus revealed to me in the midst of my doubt and confusion that it was real. And it was at the lowest point of my life, a few months after that revelation, it became so clear what a grace it was, because I think it gave me an anchor point to say, okay, well, if the church's teachings are true, and I have this inner conflict with these sexual feelings and confusion, I've got to find a way to approach this that integrates those two things. And I'm telling you, it's grace. Like, I'm not here as a poster boy. I'm here as a messy person with a complex background who God has touched my heart to want to share that there is a different way you can respond to these struggles and issues that you have. But I am truly just grateful that I even had the chance to be shown that at a time where I needed it, because it gave me the encouragement to seek support, to talk to a priest about these issues, to talk to a counselor when I was a teenager about these struggles, and really get different eyes on the ball to help me see how I could address these in a way that was integrated with my faith, which was...
Support that you needed?
I did in many ways. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm speaking out, because you asked, like, well, how did you become a therapist? But if you remember, like 2015, let's rewind, it seems like a lifetime ago, but that's when the entire country began to shift its perception of what marriage is, because I think it's Obergefell versus Hodges, changes the definition of marriage. And all of a sudden, at that age in my late 20s in 2015, I thought, okay, the culture is now swinging, like a pendulum to the degree that we have yet to see come to fruition. Who are people listening to talk about this? And I realized people are not as attentive to religious voices on this topic, but legislators are quoting therapy organizations, they're quoting medical associations.
Amen
so that
to
was part of
that.
the reason I became a therapist, was I thought, well, I guess people like me and
God
others, we need
bless
to
America.
enter the arena of the language of the culture and begin to understand it from that perspective, so we can witness to the culture using the language of the culture responds to.
You've got a lot of chips stacked against you because you're in
That's how I like it.
California. So you like it. Well, it's tough. And you know this. I mean, California, first of all, is making legislation that would, it has a chilling effect, I think, on the work that you do to help people who experience same-sex attraction, where you could be accused of doing conversion therapy and hurting minors, and there's actually a loss of a license or other criminal penalties associated with that. In California, is my understanding, nationally, the whole view of therapy, leading someone out of same-sex attraction is seen as conversion therapy, is seen as bad. What's your take on all of that and the climate that you're operating in California? You're in Los Angeles, which is the
belly of the beast.
Yes. 7 Weeks Coffee is America's pro-life coffee company on a mission to fund the pro-life movement. 1 cup of delicious coffee beans. Don't rate delicious old fruits. All the box counts. Weeks come and use
In call different countries, federation.
up to 25% off your first order.
There is an international organization called the International Federation for Therapy and Counseling Choice. And I go to their conferences sometimes in Budapest and Poland and different countries. And there are lawyers and counselors and pastoral ministers from the United States and 28 to 38 countries, in the significant numbers of countries around the world. So what we're talking about, yes, it applies to California, but it's a global movement. And a lot of the Western countries are taking the same plays out of the same playbook from one another. So what's kind of cool about that is we have this diverse international coalition of people that are trying to push back. What I would say is it's no coincidence that they use the word conversion to describe what they're talking about as therapy for unwanted same-sex attractions. Because what is the thing we usually associate the word conversion with? Religion. So they'll say it's not an anti-religious bill, but they're weaponizing a religious term in the therapy realm to try to both, let's say, minimize the legitimacy of a conversation with a professional about these issues, even though ironically, psychosexual development and the way it impacted human sexuality was like the origins of the Western psychological therapy model. But everything's on the table to discuss with your therapist, except this issue now.
Is that so? What is the state of the law in California?
The state of the law is that for minors, and there are no states in the United States right now, to my knowledge, so you can fact check me, but there are no states in the United States, to my knowledge, right now that have any kind of law on the books that would prevent talk therapy, which is what I do, standard evidence-based talk.
That's not quite accurate, Rev. You can have caffeine when you're pregnant. They just don't recommend above a certain threshold. Kate had quite a bit of caffeine when she was pregnant, and
Yeah.
no problems.
Help it, because
Even though you routinely did.
well, the concern for it, not. Plus,
As healthy as the newest modern day debate opening statement.
well, yeah, coffee through fucking a cigarette. So.
I'm in.
Yep. Earlier today, are and how just saying most likely it's gonna end up being like my cousin Renee, whose children are much taller than her, because her husband is about your height or a little over. And so it's like all of the daughters we have.
I just think it would be especially funny if our daughters get some weird genetic thing and they're actually taller than me. That would be hilarious.
That would be hilarious. If they're all super tall and we can. I wonder if their calves are going to be my or your calves.
Well, looking at her, I'm wagering at least the girls will have your calves.
Because y'all, what happened? But as opposed to.
Are you guys there?
Hello.
Jack, did I fuck everything up?
Are you?
Screen freezing a bit, but can still hear you.
Okay. It's okay.
Issue? Like, do we need to? Okay.
It's okay, sweetheart. It's okay. It's okay. It is okay.
I love you, Amnet. Here. Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does anyone want to watch this besides Panda?
You saw the
Thing. What?
You're okay. You're okay.
At the same time, it's getting late, and I have work, and I have
You're at church.
and we.
Oh, what?
If Panda wants to watch it, I want to watch it. Why do I feel like you're lying?
Talk therapy for this issue, gender dysphoria, same-sex sexual issues for adults. There are a lot of laws that attempt to restrict that for children, for anyone under 18, but they've often lumped together transgender issues and same-sex attraction under one umbrella term, and so that's why we think other than what they're going to call gender-affirming care or gay-affirming therapy. That's generally how it works. So it's not very specific. The broadness of it, which is happening right now in California as well with marriage, congressman who tried to call conversion therapy. So there's a general push towards trying to criminalize or penalize any therapy that does not lockstep go along with LGBT ideology and gender affirming care.
So if you're a 14 or 15-year-old, let's talk about yourself, your own
Okay.
story, right? I mean, you shared that you experienced same-sex attraction and you were wrestling with that and navigating that. And if you were seeking guidance about that and you were in California, would you have been able to go to a therapist like yourself?
No.
It's incredible.
No, because I don't see anyone under 18 at this point in my therapy practice to protect myself at the Supreme Court level. In his ruling, Justice Clarence Thomas references the specific Board versus Brown, or Brown versus Pickup, the case that was trying to challenge the minors conversion therapy law in California, unconstitutional manner, limiting professional speech. And so we know that the Supreme Court is primed to potentially, we hope.
So obviously the opposition would say, well, conversion therapy of minors is so evil, and there are these, historical horror stories of young kids who struggled with for the attractions that they had because their, overbearing fundamentalist parents made them go to Christian therapists. Right? This is the narrative about how horrible conversion therapy is. What really is conversion therapy? And
is a trademarked brand of therapy founded by Dr. Joseph Nicolosi Jr. That is not the only method of therapy to utilize to address unwanted gender dysphoria or same-sex sexual feelings and sexualized attachments, but it is one of many that are ethical, that are based in standard evidence but didn't, so developmental deficits or bad things that happen that shouldn't have need to be addressed because they may contribute to the emergence of gender dysphoria or same-sex sexual issues. And using standard trauma-based treatments like eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, which is called EMDR, or mindful self-compassion, things like that. The goal of therapy is to address traumas and to promote psychological well-being, to promote spiritual and psychological integration, and to promote self-control and freedom to respond to our passions in a way that's guided by right reason. Any shift in feelings or behaviors is an effect of therapy. And what's really important to keep in mind is our opponents don't have dare people to consider is conversion therapy.
They don't use language to communicate. For you, I wouldn't go to therapy. I don't know why you are the way you are, Rev, but sometimes it's really obnoxious. Anyways. Because of that shit. God damn it, Rev. Fucking
It's okay. It's okay. You're all right.
This is another reason we should just stop buying this shit in general. I just can't stop. It's here.
Yeah.
Fucking addictive.
Well, it's Father's Day.
I had something to say, and then fucking Fred was gay. It's Fred!
Oh my god.
That's the energy you bring, except gay.
Is that the joke?
More gay.
Therapy, reintegrative therapy, or other kinds of therapy that will help young people acknowledge difficulties or wounds that they have experienced in their families or through their peers or through issues in their life, and that they have the right to bring those to a therapist who can use normal therapeutic talk-based interventions to help them better understand themselves.
We think about how we could use mind-altering substances to make these because speaking to my own experience, I can tell you drugs played an integral role in the evolution of my
corporal spiritual beings, body soul unity. We cannot so easily isolate psychological and spiritual issues. So for many people, myself included, there was a double wound in many of my things that I was struggling with. A spiritual wound that I needed healing and deliverance from, and psychological wounds and
trauma, whether it's a deficit trauma or incidents that happened that were hurtful, or is it nature to some degree? How do you look at the origin of same-sex attraction from a clinical perspective?
So I want to help us look at this from an attachment lens. There is also a religious lens to look at it through, but first let's talk about it through an attachment lens. Children need to know that they're loved unconditionally. Full stop, as they say. That doesn't happen perfectly. It happened perfectly, I think, in one family, the Holy Family. And in every other family...
With what, Empire? Hey, gotta go. I love you too, bro. I hope you're having a great day. Selective inclusion reveals hypocrisy. It's inconsistent to support giving women a voice in society while denying that same voice to other marginalized groups, like the poor, disabled, or immigrants, especially when those groups are smaller and less disruptive to the existing order. If we truly value fairness and representation, we should extend it universally, not selectively based on convenience or tradition. Real commitment requires real sacrifice. When society committed to gender equality, it accepted to ending poverty. Society level, we don't truly believe in eradicating poverty, because true belief would come with a willingness to endure the cost necessary to make it happen. No, my friend, it's that you are engaging in an egregious false equivocation. Equating equal treatment under the law between men and women to creating economic equity, that is comparing apples to horse shit. It's bricks to... If women, the other group can be, but they aren't undergo change. No. And then you're talking about poverty, brown people, first of all, okay? Second of all, economic disparity, not entirely, but largely, is a product of individual proficiency and work ethic, okay? Period. I'm not saying that if you work hard, you'll get ahead 100%, 80% of the time at least. At least ahead enough to not be in abject poverty. So, I'm sorry, dude, you're talking nonsense. Like, you're comparing groups, you're making false equivocations, you're jumping subject, you're all over the place. The war on poverty cannot succeed because there will always be people who don't want to try. And there will never be enough producers to fully prop up and care for all of the non-producers. Equivocating between men and women and these other groups. Man and woman is a genetically inculcated segment of the population. Some of these other groups you're talking about, and Mexicans, genetically cousins. Their success rate and their ability... Nonsense, dude.
For us. So for those who that doesn't, that they can meet my needs, when they're not able to meet them, that can develop who have insecure attachments with their parents, with other confluent factors, are susceptible to certain psychological issues. One being same-sex feelings that can develop. At around age 2 or 3, for instance, if a boy is insecurely attached to his primary attachment figure is mom, but there's some insecurity in that attachment. At that age, he's meant to, according to a lot of developmental models, to shift his primary attachment to dad at the gender identity phase of development, which is around 2 to 4.
Which I know this is my brain just doing my brain things, but separating the term women from, well, separating the category of women from poor people and immigrants. There are women that are poor and immigrants and disabled and
right, that's what I'm saying. Mass false equivocation across multiple lines. Like, I'm sorry, Empire, you just believe things there. It's clear in your wall of text that you just believe things that just aren't true.
Right.
And you're working under false assumptions.
4 years old is what a lot of
And
people
you're saying
think.
that's a healthy thing.
That's a good thing,
To
right?
shift to dad at around 2.
For men, and I'm talking about men and same-sex attraction from a male developmental perspective. There's nuances and different angles to consider with women. So at around age 2 to 4 years old is when we see boys needing to shift from mom as primary
You don't
attachment
believe
figure
that
to dad.
You don't believe that you believe some things that are false? You don't believe...
Imagine that.
I know, right? You don't believe that that it's possible that some of your premises are incorrect? Look, friend... I'm a very confident and assertive person. No, I don't believe what I posted. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So then if you... Okay, hang on.
What?
Let me reread this.
Sure, what?
So what? Did you take that from a leftist? Are you coming into my stream and reporting on something you have going back and forth with a leftist again? Are you having some kind of a Twitter war or a Discord? Yes. Okay. Fuck. You gotta lead with that, dude. Arguing with, fucking retarded. Man alive, that person is dumb. Next time, please lead with, hey, get a load of this. or something to let me know it's not you, because I felt so disappointed in you for this. I was so disappointed with you for a minute.
I was like, hey, dude, I really hope you don't think that, because that's...
ChatGPT is going to agree with the leftist.
Yeah.
This is like if Grok were asked to make the argument. Yeah. Actually, I think Grok would do better than that, honestly. Because, wow, that's bad. It's rampant with false equivocations and miscategorization. I feel like I did a decent job of articulating that.
Yes.
Did anyone else? Does anyone else who was listening feel like I hit the nail on the head? Oh my God, the lag. The lag. The lag. The lag is on fire. Look at my hand. There's a 5-second delay.
That's funny.
That doesn't mean...
Has it? Last time I saw ChatGPT.
It's way too sympathetic towards insane left rhetoric. Yep. You fight back with, well, if they were of less value and cheaper. In a capitalist society, only women would be employed, just like Nancy Pelosi said. They need those illegals to pick their crops and watch their kids. There you go. There you go.
Yep. But my slavery. See, and this is why people, you can see that it was the Democrat Party all along that had slaves, because guess what? They haven't changed in 100 or so years.
Correct.
So, yeah. They've always been the party of slavery.
That's really interesting, Airshot. That's really interesting.
They're like, who's gonna clean?
I will say, Airshot, depending on how long you've been using ChatGPT, that could be why. Because ChatGPT conforms and adapts to its user to a large extent. So it could just be to the same extent.
Would like to make it all until they can figure out the whole situation where they're not water a quarter of the amount of time that they're paying full price to have clean running water, or being able to have the full capacity of the electricity that they are being overcharged for because the AI data center moved into their neighborhood and the electric company is overcharging them. Don't like it.
My thoughts on gun control, Empire, is that gun laws are unconstitutional and the How do I defend people saying that less exactly the opposite, and that's demonstrable consistently? Chicago, Detroit, LA, Memphis, cities with high gun control, gun deaths off the fucking charts.
Yeah.
Cities that have mandated gun ownership, constitutional carry, just very lax, anyone can have a gun anytime gun laws. The fucking violent crime rate is nothing. And that's easily demonstratable with a cursory look at the data. So there you go. Yeah, Canada's not a comparison. You have to use cities inside. Like, compare Chicago. Arizona has, I'm pretty sure Arizona has constitutional carry. A lot of people walk around in Arizona with their gun on their hip. Rural areas largely do not have that problem. This is correct. No. Canada has high gun control, and certain states have low gun control. Some states have high gun control. Gun control in California basically as bad as Canada. Same thing for New York. New York's even arguably worse. Indiana gave constitutional carry law. People said it's going to lead to an increase in mass shootings. 1, it didn't. 2, we had someone try immediately after to commit a mass shooting in a mall. He almost immediately got a cap put in him from someone constitutionally carrying. There you go. Chicago, despite having some of the strictest gun laws, yet has the highest crime committed with guns. Exactly. Exactly. So yeah, Empire, you can't just lump the whole U.S. together, because the states aren't arbitrary territorial distinctions. Like, there are some states that have vastly different laws from the rest of the country. In fact, damn near every state is vastly different from at least a couple other states. Joe Podgy. Anywho. Man. We have been live for 5 hours.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyone got a raid suggestion? Let's see. Ranger is live. Ranger's live. Bacon Mom? Who the hell is Bacon Mom?
They're already like $6, $7, $8.
Yeah.
No, a sweet old lady.
Okay, it shows that I've
Holy shit, 85.
Been to
And creator who enjoys making beauty in the virtual. I come to this game to visit. Fun in the microsite.
I'm always having to clean up a lawn or something.
Oh.
80.1. That's interesting. And only 11 viewers.
How did she get bought?
Shovel is what
Quite possibly a lot of her audience has just moved on.
Yeah.
There we go. Now how about this house? Oh, this is a pretty fancy house. Look at this.
Follower only chat.
Oh my goodness, there's a saw in here.
Oh my goodness, there's a saw in here. I'll pass on the old lady.
The Skyrim grandma.
Oh wait, what am I doing?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Grandma gaming streams are the best. I miss Skyrim, Grandma. Alright. And on kick, Wretched Misfit. Okay. Alright, everyone. We will be on tomorrow. Happy Father's Day to all of my audience that is. Much love. We'll see you on the next adventure.